Oh, all right. Good evening. It's time for some more Umineko. Nice and peaceful. Yes. Surely nothing bad will happen. Copium. Clueless. Let's see. I forget what all happened last week. I remember there was the butler, Sir What's His Face. Wow, wow. Right, Ronove. Pretty cool name. We got introduced to the butler, and we sped past a lot of things, and yeah, they're talking about Beatrice's letter. I'm not sure, that might be it? Anyway. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Kraus strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all of the siblings knew that, Kraus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Kraus, who had been sure that he would receive the headship. It was better news than the rest of them. It was better news than the rest of them, who had already given up, could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushiromiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive the headship. And furthermore, this meant that there was a chance that all of the Ushiromiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo, calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushiromiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth. But they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Genjin addressed. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the four siblings, or maybe some unknown person? No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. Like my clock that I made a belt.
拉致があかんね。無駄な時間を費やしたものだよ。
We've made no progress. We've just been spinning our wheels.
そうね。 兄さんが気づいてくれるだけでこれ以上を浪費しなくて済むわ。
That's right. And the mere fact that you've realized it means we won't have to waste any more time.
手紙の差出人がお父様と確定したわけではありませんよ。会話の成り立たないあなたに主人が呆れ果てただけです。
It is not certain that father sent the letter. My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation. Not so he. Oh, not so he.
会話が成り立たないのはどっちよ。私が何か言うたびにあなたは怒鳴ってばかり。そんな無様で後ろ宮家にふさわしいと本気でお思いなのかしら。
Who's unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushiromiya family? Ah, right. Last week we had a lot of backstory about Ava. Hey, Kento. Is this No Cam Monday? Yeah. Just chill, reading story. Fumo Monday. Yeah, it's a Fumo. F-U-M-O. Actually, it's a Fumo Fumo. F-Nemo. What's that about Nemo? Finding Nemo?
予算かエヴァ。夏井さんも一度終わった話やで。
Would you give it a rest, Ava? You too, Natsui-san. That topic's finished for now.
一度ここで頭を冷やさない？
Hey there, Jeremy. Oh my, Amogus. Perfect sound kill.
冷たいものでも持ってきてもらいましょうよ。
Shall we all cool our heads off for now? Let's have some cool drinks brought over.
そうね。頭を冷やした方が賢明そう。あなたもそろそろ一服したくなってきたんじゃない？
That sounds good. It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Don't you want to take a short break too, dear?
姉貴の機嫌が悪そうだからな。一服の方は遠慮するぜ。だが冷たい方は賛成だ。ローザ、誰かに水を持ってこさせてくれ。水差しごとね。
Aniki looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that break. But I agree about the cool drink. Rosa, have someone bring some water. A whole pitcher. Bring the alcohol. When does Phoenix Wright appear? You know, I feel like Rudolph here looks a little bit like Phoenix Wright, but you mean Battler? Let's see, what are the kids doing? I guess the kids are probably like somewhere else at this moment in time. And the debates with Beatrice probably won't happen until somebody dies. I don't know when that'll be. Need to add the objection sound. You know, that is a good point. I probably won't do it this week here, because I don't know how long it'll take to find one. I will get that in for next week. Let me write that down so I don't forget. There we go. It's always funny to troll people by pretending you're new to the game they're playing. In reality, you know everything. Yeah. Beatrice be like. Let's see. Okay, I read this.
わかったわ。
Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in a corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. I'm not talking about Guardian Tales. So many references in World 16? Excellent. References are always fun. Can't wait to see what new ones they've cooked up. Oh, well, I think I have... I saw somebody mention one. I thought that was pretty funny from what they mentioned. But after that, I stopped going to the Guardian Tales subreddit. I don't want to accidentally see any more. The vicious bickering up until now vanished, as though it had been a lie. That silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room.
他に何かご入り用のものはございますでしょうか?
There not be that one reference you noticed? Oh? Yeah, I don't know how to say it without spoiling it. Oh well. We'll have plenty of time to talk about it when it comes out. So is that going to be next week that it releases for Global? I don't think it should be this week. I mean, did Korea only get it last week? Then there's a 2-week buffer there? Or did they get it 2 weeks ago? I do want to stream that when it comes out. Is there anything else that you require?
ありません。もう下がりなさい。
No, please leave us. Always 2 weeks from the last global update release, aka Tuesday. Alright. When was the last update? Well, yeah, that should have been last week, was the last global update. Yeah, so it'll be next week. It scared you. You're the one who played it. Oh my. Oh, Kento.
はい。それでは失礼いたします。何かございましたらいつでもお呼びください。
Yes, then if you'll excuse me, if you need anything, call me at any time. Wasted by your own petard. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension.
本当にすごい雨ね。19人目の魔女は今頃バラ庭園の東屋で雨宿りでもしているのかしら。
It sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden Arbor about now. It was raining here earlier. Pretty sus.
どうかしらね。雨はしのげるかもしれないけど、少し肩を冷やしそうね。
I wonder. They might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold.
謎の19人目の来訪者か。ちょいと推理小説っぽくて面白い話やな。普通この手の話は18人の中の誰かが語ってるだけで、実際には存在せんと相場が決まっとるんや。
Jerry didn't even get scared in the slightest. That's because you're unleashing that every so often. You're probably used to it by now. A mysterious 19th person is a visitor. Sounds pretty interesting. It's like a mystery novel. Normally, in that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist, that one of us 18 would be faking it. Sound effect means nothing if there's no reason why it's there.
私は 源氏たちが怪しいと睨んでいます。やはりどんな難癖をつけてでも片翼のわしの使用人たちは全て解雇した方が良かったんです。
I suspect Genji and the others. Just as I thought, it would have been better if we had dismissed all of the servants of the one-winged eagle, no matter what excuses we had to make. Oh my goodness. Natsuhi? Are you saying what I think you're saying? You also think that it's Genji in a dress? Pog.
まあそういうな。長く勤めてくれた恩もある。もちろん気は許せんがね。
Well, I should just like permanently pull up this picture. Have that in the corner there. Let's see. Image. That everyone must gaze upon it. Where did I? Yeah, did I put that in? There we go. Genji in a dress. Even Natsuki thinks it's Genji. Genji in a dress. Yeah, that could be good. Besides new references, there's some familiar references. Also a bunch of new mechanics to keep on their toes with puzzles. Oh, okay. I'm interested. I like their puzzles. They're not too hard, but they're not too easy, usually. Well, yeah, they're pretty easy, usually. Some of them are hard. Like one or two new mechanics. Oh. Okay. Well, the more the better. As long as they keep up with the quality. Come on now, don't say that. We must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down.
兄さんもお父様の仕業かどうかはともかく、あの手紙をマリアちゃんに渡したのは使用人の誰かだろうという点では同意するのね。
I'm sure you agree too, Nissan, that whether or not Father was behind this, the person who handed Maria the letter was a servant. Genji in a dress. Don't forget these levels can take up to an hour each level. Shortest levels are the 5-stage one. Nice. Excellent.
何しろ私たちは夕食までずっと仲良く団らんをしていたじゃないか。
Indeed. In any event, we were all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we?
兄弟全員にアリバイがある。マリアに手紙を渡せたのは使用人の誰かだけだ。
All of the siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter.
でも使用人の人たちもみんなベッドメイクとかで忙しくて、バラ庭園のマリアのところへ行く余裕なんかなかったって言ってたし。
But all of the servants said that they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could go to Marie-chan in the rose garden.
おいおい、じゃあ何だってんだよ。まさか森の魔女ベアトリーチェ様がお越しになって本当にマリアちゃんに手紙を渡したって言い出すのか？
Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice-sama, came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you?
ローザ、昔は信じててすごい怖がってたものね。あんたまさかいい年してまだ信じてるの？森の魔女。
Rosa, you used to believe in that so much. It really frightened you, right? Don't tell me you still believe at this age. In the Witch of the Forest. If she did exist. Oh, okay, this must be Ava talking again. If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wished, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis.
まさか。
Right. So Ava had like this second personality that hates everybody, or well, wants everybody to die, basically, in this episode. And I had thought that that might be Lambda Delta. All coming back slow. Yeah.
でも18人全員が自分は違うと言っている以上、本当に19人目がいるのかもって思っただけなの。
Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person.
そんなんあらへんで。第一、船で来たのはわしらだけや。謎の乗船者なんぞわしらは姿も見とらん。まさかこの荒海を泳いで渡ってきたっちゅうんか。ちょいと考えられへんな。
That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came in on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right? I can't really imagine it.
理屈ではそうね。この隔絶された島に招かれていない客が一人隠れているというのは常識的に考えがたいんだけれど、でもどうもその可能性を捨てきれない人たちがいるみたいね。
Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this isolated island. However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Are we going to do more chessboard thinking? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying that there couldn't be a 19th person, but Kyrie had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How would they have known, or how would they have come here, and from where? And where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they sent a letter in their name? Wait, notice something that bugs me. Is game capture not fully expanded? There. Do it. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. There we go. I don't know why that was a little off. It was bugging me. Okay. Yeah, why hadn't they appeared openly even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. You can't explain that. But not only the four siblings, or had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person.
キリエさん、誤解しないでいただきたいが、別に私たちはおとぎ話じみた魔女伝説などこれっぱかりも信じちゃいないさ。
Kiryu-san, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in anything like that fairy tale-like legend of the witch.
またお父様を侮辱する話ですか？それを口にすること自体がお父様への裏切りです。
Is this another topic to insult father? Simply speaking of such a thing is betrayal against him. Natsuhi, you are so... You trigger so easily. We chilled it.
まあね。でもあのお父様ですもの。あるいは本当に。ねえ。
I wonder. However, this is father we're talking about. It could be possible, right?
私は何も知らないわ。
I don't know anything.
なんやなんや。何を見学になっとるんや。どういうことや。つまり魔女伝説は笑い話でも何でもなく事実だっちゅうんか。そんなアホな。
What's this? What's this? Why has everybody gotten so gloomy? What are you talking about? In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact? That's ridiculous.
もちろんほうきにまたがって空を飛ぶ魔女なんて誰も信じちゃいないさ。だがあの肖像画の女ベアトリーチェは本当にこの島に存在したかもしれない。
Of course, nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky. But the woman in that portrait, Beatrice, might really have existed on this island.
秀吉さん、魔女とかの話じゃなくて、もっとシンプルな話みたいよ。つまり、こういうことね。
Hideyoshi-san, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. So, it must be something like this.
ベアトリーチェという名の愛人を、お父さんがこの島のどこかに隠れ住まわせていたのではないかと、みんなは疑っている。そういうことかしら。
Everyone suspects that father had a mistress named Beatrice secretly living somewhere on this island. Is that it? Hey there, Octavio. How you going? How you going? How you doing? How's it going?
お父様は自己を厳しく律する模範的な方です。そのような汚らわしい存在を島に連れ込むなど到底考えられません。
Good, good, good. Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. How do you enjoy Umineko? Yeah. Time to sit back, relax, and enjoy this happy, peaceful story where everybody has a wonderful time. Natsui snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. On the contrary, They appeared to think Kinzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island specifically, because of the existence of an entrancing mistress.
親父を尊敬してる夏日さんには悪いが、だいぶ昔からそういう噂はあったんだよ。親父は自分一人でこの六軒島の設備すべてを作り上げた。
I'm sorry, Natsui-san. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor's been going around for a long time. All the buildings on Rockinjima were built by Dad on his own.
屋敷の中には親父しかわからない仕掛けや隠し部屋なんかがあるんじゃないかって初めから疑われてたし、俺たちの知らない秘密の屋敷がこの島のどこかに隠されてるんじゃないかともずっとささやかれてた。
People have always guessed he had some contraption or secret room set up in this mansion that only he knew about. And it's always been whispered that hidden somewhere on this island there's a secret mansion none of us know about.
そうね。地図上は小さな島かもしれないけれど、後ろ宮家だけが住むには広大すぎる島だわ。そして未開の森のどこかに愛人を住まわせるための隠し屋敷を作ったかもしれないと、そう思われてたのね。ずいぶんスケールの大きな話ね。
I see. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ushiromiya family to live on. So people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in. That would be quite a large-scale scheme. Like an amount of new mechanics, building up the suspense. Yeah. That is an amount of mechanics of all time.
最初はそれはこの屋敷の中じゃないかと言われてた。秘密の地下とかがあったりして、そこに豪華な隠し部屋があり、あの肖像画の魔女が隠れ住んでるんじゃないかとかな。親父の書斎の凝ったオートロックの仕掛けとかを見てると、それも納得できる。
In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion. That there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait is secretly hiding. After seeing that intricate auto lock on Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right?
何しろ莫大な黄金をどこか秘密の場所に秘密の仕掛けで隠したと吹聴する親父殿だ。この屋敷とてまだ我々の知らぬ隠し部屋があったとしても驚くには足りんね。
After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism. I wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us knows about yet.
お母様は存命中。よくお父様の不在をついて屋敷内をしらみつぶしに探し回ってたわね。ルドルフが言ったことをお母様も疑ってたのよ。
When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion, searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said.
どこかに秘密の扉や階段があって、その中に金髪の愛人が隠れていると信じていたわ。
She believed that there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, and that this blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. Furthermore, Kinzo had a mansion this extravagant. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room.
六軒島の魔女伝説って、私の聞いてた話では、子供たちが未開の森に入り込まないようにって言って作った、怖がらせるためのおとぎ話だったんだけど、なんだかそれだけじゃないって気がしてきたわ。
From what I've heard, the legend of the Rockinjima Witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest. But it's starting to sound like there's a little more to the story.
まあな、何しろ後ろ宮の屋敷以外に何もない寂しい島だからな。俺やローザがガキの頃は、そりゃ雷雨の夜に森から聞こえてくる木々のざわめきに怯えたもんさ。その木々の間から不気味な何かが様子を伺ってるんじゃないかなんて妄想。ガキだったら誰でも考える自然なものさ。
Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushiromiya mansion on it. When Rosa and I were little brats, on stormy nights we got so scared by the sound of the trees rustling in the direction of the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that.
だが、俺やローザがそう訴えるのを聞いて、ガキの妄想だろでは済まさない連中もいたってことなんだろうな。そうだろ、姉貴。
But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination. Isn't that right, Aniki?
私や兄さんはこの島に隠れ住んでいる愛人が人目を忍んで出歩いていたのを偶然あんたたちが目撃したのではないかと考えていたわ。もちろんお母様もね。
古い使用人たちの中にも深夜の屋敷内に肖像画の魔女が徘徊しているというような怪談が語られていた。
Oops, accidentally skipped. Yeah, Nissan and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress, living in secrecy on this island, as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother felt the same. And Kraus?
私はそれを表向き怪談として笑い捨てていたが、内心は秘密の愛人の存在を十分に疑っていたよ。
Even among the older servants, you often heard that that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I laughed it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress.
となると、この島に19人目の何者かがいるかもしれないってのは、全くバカバカしい話でもないっちゅうことなんか。いや、むしろどこかにいるかもしれないわけか。
In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous? That they might actually be somewhere around here?
よくルドルフさんの言う悪魔の証明というやつになったわね。19人目がいることは証明可能だけれど、19人目が存在しないことは証明不能。私たちはベアトリーチェという名の人物が島のどこかに潜んでいることを前提に議論を進めるべきなの？
Sounds like one of those devil proofs Rudolph's always talking about. It might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist. Should we continue this discussion under the assumption that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island?
危機管理の基本としては正しいな。 いるわけがないと思うよりはいるかもしれないと用心する方がはるかにマシだろうよ。
That's a good plan from the perspective of risk management. It's probably much more prudent to say that she might exist, rather than saying she couldn't exist.
そうやな。すまん。ちょいと不用心が過ぎたわ。ローザさん、さっきは笑ってすまんかったな。
I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Rosa-san, sorry for laughing just now.
別に気にしてないです。
It's fine. I don't mind. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst-case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn into an ominous direction.
親父殿はかつて不意に所在を知らせずに姿を消すことがあった。何しろ静寂を好むお人だからな。わざと所在を知らせずどこかの書庫に閉じこもっているなどということは別に不思議なことではなかったよ。
In the past, Father would sometimes disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he is a man who values silence. Water! Hey there, Seiza. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh my. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some library room after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going.
しかし魔女伝説が愛人説にすり替わり、やがてそれはこっそり愛人のもとへ通っているのではないかと囁かれるようになった。
However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into the theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Spoiler in Guardian Tales World 16. There's World 16 stuff. Oh my goodness, I can't believe you just spoiled that for me. How dare you? I'm gonna have to ban you.
末期のおふくろは疑心暗鬼の塊だったからな。突然大騒ぎして使用人たちに緊急事態だから今すぐ親父を探せなんて騒ぎ始めることがあったっけ。
Mom was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation. Wait. Listen to the music.
あったわね。
I don't understand why the battle music sounds displaced compared to it. Okay.
晩年のお母様はそんなことばかりだったから、未だにその怖い雰囲気が拭えないわ。今だから言える。かわいそうな人だったわ。
Yes, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. I can say it for certain now. She was a person to be pitied.
それでその大々的な家探しの結果どうだったんや。何か見つかったか？
So then, what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything?
いいえ。 隠し部屋はおろか、一度たりともお父様が発見されたことはないわ。そしていつも、それからだいぶ時間が経ってからひょっこりと、どこからか姿を現すの。どこかの書庫で昼寝していたとか、風に誘われて浜辺を散歩していたとか、なんとか言ってね。
No, Father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room, even once. Always, after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere. Then he'd say that he had taken a nap in some library room, or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. If there's 5 times free multis, if you don't have anything saved up, you'll get lucky and get one from the banner. This is true. 1 free multi per day until all of them are given by day 5. Okay, yeah. I think I actually have some gems saved up now. Yeah. Wait, did I? Wait. No, did I spend them? I have at least 1 free multi, or 1 multi's worth of gems, but now in Limbus, I did spend everything. I'm now extremely poor. But at least in Guardian Tales, I still have upwards of 700 tickets. So if I really want something, I can just get it instantly. And you have 8.1k gems. I have been buying the cosmetic stuff a lot, since it can give small bonuses to overall combat abilities. I've been trying to fill out the codex, but it's pretty slow going. Remember to use those mileage tickets on weapons, not heroes. Yeah, that's what I usually do. Yeah, 5 free multis for Guardian Tales. Let's see. Next week should be Global gets an update in which World 16 comes out. So, yeah, not out already. Well, it's out for Korea already. So there are spoilers floating around. Just be wary of that. I mean, I try not to... Well, I mean, hopefully we try not to spoil anything before it comes out. But yeah, Global gets it next week. Since the update will be next month, here $300 before mileaging a weapon you might need. That is a good point. Yeah, the freebies come when the update comes. So yeah, 5 free multis. You get 1 multi per day. And you can save them up for a few days. I'm not sure how long they stick around, but you'll get up to 5. Grinding World 2, you better step up the game. Oh, yeah, you're just gonna fall further behind. Yeah, I mean, it takes a while for them to get new worlds out, so I mean, you might miss out on. Well, I don't know. It's been a while since there's been a new world. I forget if they do like freebies for completing parts of the new world for a certain amount of time. I feel like they do. My memory of Guardian Tales just gets more jumbled as time goes on. In an EX flip, you don't have to level 60 for the knowledge and crap. Freebies for completing parts of the new world. Like, for a certain amount of time, there might be stuff, missions to, I don't know, complete parts of the new world. You get freebies for doing them, but it's only for a limited amount of time. I think they usually do that. It has been months since the last new world. Always keep one of each weapon for collection, especially EXs. Yeah, yeah. Any legendary and EX weapon, I always keep one, and then I usually limit break them if I get dupes. And some uniques. I have a lot of 5-star stuff that I've just never gotten rid of from random whatever that reroll thing is, where you take like 10 weapons and re-roll them into one of a higher tier. I have a bunch of 5-star uniques from that. Yeah, it's not been a thing. I think only event rift and point thing as usual. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they do a rift thing. So you will want to level up your characters and all that for the rift. Because the higher level rift you do, the more points you get. And I guess that would make you want to work through past worlds, because the farther you go in the worlds, the higher your level cap is. Yeah. I think it requires you to go through those worlds. Speaking of that, next update also has a feature where you can evolve multiple weapons at once. Either find scrap them, level multiple 3 stars to 4 star and gamble. Oh. I mean, I haven't really had a problem with that, but then again, I do have most of the codex completed. Yeah, that'd probably be good for newer players. I mean, they got a lot of things to evolve. Might drop some money on the paid path for the world clearing thing. A lot of loot. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh wait, $50 though just for one part of it? Wait, what? That much? I didn't remember it being that much. I didn't buy it, but I didn't think it was that much. Yeah. Oh darn, what was I gonna say? I had a thought and then it left instantly. Oh, right. Make sure you check the store occasionally, because like I said, like a week ago in Discord or something, there is occasionally gem packages in the store. Like, you don't have to buy things with money. Occasionally they have things that cost gems. You can use your free gems to buy packages. Like, there was a 20 change gem, or the weapon change jewel thing, whatever it's called, token. And then the weapon lock. Oh, weapon change stone, weapon lock stone, yeah. For a certain amount of gems, and then there was something for the crafting, whatchamahoosit. It also costs gems, and occasionally they'll have a limit-breaking hammer for 5k gems. 28 change and 32 locks. Do you even need that? Let me put it this way. I bought it. I have most of my codex filled, and I bought it. So, oh, and I have many of my characters kitted up and everything, and I still bought it. But yes, weapon lock stones are very important, and weapon change stones are about equal importance. Sometimes it takes a lot to re-roll to what you want. got diamonds right now? 2,600. Oh, you should get a lot by going through the world. I guess you can't really do the normal weekly stuff. Some of it's probably not unlocked yet. You're only in World 2. But yeah, once you get through the worlds, you can usually get around 5,000 gems a week. And if there's no free Maldives, oof. Yeah, usually I get around 5,000 gems per week, and sometimes even more, like if from guild raid stuff. Oh, you know what? I'm not counting dailies either. That's probably like at least 5,500. Me and Ogma are pretty good. Is Claude supposed to be on the banner? You can get 2k gems a week? Let's see, it's usually... You do Colosseum, and then either... I get around 2,000 plus gems from Colosseum, and then the weekly co-op or arena gets me, well, I'd say around 2,500 each, depending on what rank I get in Colosseum and depending which event is going on. If it's arena or co-op, that differs a little bit. And then some weeks the guild raid gives you some. Like 20 plus EX left. A bunch of characters and match them. Sounds about right. Wait. Then again, 20 plus EX left? And you're only in World 2? Huh? How you do this? Are they green? EX weapons are green. Yeah, they are green? Okay. Huh. Dang. I mean, sure, give me a pick. Because some of the green weapons are not actually EX weapons. They're just a higher rarity, but can be used on anybody. Which is sort of weird. But whatever. I know you do get a few of those from quests. But, I mean, since you're only in World 2, you probably haven't done many of those yet. Oh, you excluded the non-EX screens? Okay, wow. Dang. You want to roll. Well, you probably won't have to worry about weapons for a while. Just roll for the characters when they come up. It's also better to roll for the characters because the hero crystals are more important than magic metal. I mean, you need 700 hero crystals to limit break max a character. They are fairly hard to come by. How much is a lot of hero crystals? As much as you can get. Like I said, it takes 700 to fully max limit break a hero. Well, a 3-star hero. Let's see, the 2-star upgradable heroes take, I don't know, somewhere from 500 to 600, I think. You have 2,500 right now, had 3,200 before, but I can't break cameo. Yeah, I mean, you can burn through them pretty quickly. I think there are over 100 heroes now. Maybe. So that times 700. Yeah. That'd be... You're gonna need quite a few. And make sure you save them for heroes that you really like, because most content you can get by without limit breaking, but like for endgame stuff, which is co-op and arena, you're gonna make sure, or you're gonna want to make sure that you have whichever characters you use for those limit broken. Although that probably doesn't really mean much for you right now. Anyway, take your time, enjoy the story. You're not really gonna miss a ton by not having enough to do rifts and all that at this point. Hey there, Lunar Festival. How's it going? Posted some pics of your characters. You don't know who's good. Let's see. Yeah, right now we're taking a segue and talking about Guardian Tales. Let's see. I see Vishavak. See, you have Ogma's gun. The Captain shield there is pretty good on Future Princess. Cosmic Destroyer, nice. And you got the... Nice, the Scythes. We have one right now. There's Kamail's staff. I see you have Beach Sohi. Not sure about some of these weapons, but yeah, you got some good ones there. Oh, there's Mayriel's weapon. How's Umineko? It's going pretty well. Like I said, we're sort of segued onto something else at the moment, but let's see. Yeah, I guess we're about to get into the meat of things here. It's just the adults talking. We got the letter. Everything is chaos. Friends Guild is dead as hell. I haven't logged in for like 600 days on them or something. How many staff has dupes in them? Oops. Oh, okay, nice. So you limit broke it. Yeah. Oh, I see you have Gabriel's weapon. That staff, I think, might be Kana? I mean, basically, yeah, if you can get the characters that those weapons belong to, you should be pretty good. Those are all pretty good characters. And they're varied as well. All the colors of the rainbow. I have 3 limit break hammers, you don't know what to limit break. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have 10. I just keep hoarding them. I also don't know what to limit break. There are so many options. And not enough hammers. Like, what if I use them on one, but then I really want to use them on another one, and then I run out, and then I won't have any to use on the next character? Horde life. Yes. Looks like you dupe posted that one. Or, oh, okay, no. I see what you're doing. You're showing me the heroes on the side. Oh, Nari's good? Dang. You have quite a lineup. Hey, Mark 99. I see you have her leveled up. Well done. Mark 99 is my favorite character, I think. Anyway. Okay. Back to Umineko. We're keeping the adults waiting.
でもそれらの場所はいずれも使用人たちが必ず探している場所。お父様がどこに行っていたのかはいつもわからなかった。当時からお父様はオカルトに傾倒していることが有名だったから、一部の使用人たちは蝶にでも化けてバラ庭園を待っていたのだろうなんて嘘吹いていたっけ。
But it was always some place where the servants had already looked. We never knew where Father had gone. Even at that time, Grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations. So some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have been turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden. Seems legit. A sidetrack moment. I can totally imagine Kumasawa saying that. I think Kumasawa would say he turned into a fish. A mackerel. Oh yeah. If you don't know, or Lunar Festival, I don't know if you've seen me mention Genji in a dress before. But yeah, that's what we have up here.
Water.
Oh, thank you for the hydrant. So the joke is that they keep saying that it must have been a servant that handed Maria the letter. And just here in episode 3, Natsuye actually said she suspected Genji and the servants. Not necessarily that Genji dressed up, but I instantly went to Genji in a dress. Isn't it beautiful?
つまりお父さんは誰も知らないどこかへ姿を消すことが頻繁にあったのね。
So in short, Father frequently disappeared, and no one knows where he went.
Ah.
It is majestic. May mileage Future Princess weapon? Yes. Burn it into your eyes. But yeah, Future Princess definitely needs her weapon. Like I said, that I think it's the captain's shield that you have there. That works pretty well on her.
どんなに屋敷中を探しても見つからないんだから、親父は屋敷の外へ行っているのだろうという見解になった。
You really want to go for weapon reload speed or something like that. Yeah, Future Princess definitely needs weapon. The weapon skill synergizes a ton.
だが、
Weapon
屋敷
regen
の外
speed.
ったってそれほど大した場所はない。となると残るのは広大な森だ。
Yes, weapon skill regen speed. Yes. You definitely want to max that out. That's like the first thing I max every time. Or well, one of the first things. Depending on whether it's a main option or sub option. Yeah, since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside. But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all, which leaves only the forest.
それで森の魔女伝説と融合してできた仮説はこうだった。親父は実は森のどこかに隠し屋敷を作っていて、そこにベアトリーチェという名の愛人を住まわせていて、時折通っているんじゃないかってわけだ。
And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her.
私も当時は若くてね、親父殿の浮気の現場を抑えてやろうと意気込み、表へ出る親父の後をつけようとしたことがある。
I was also young at that time. I was so eager to find out where Father was having his affair that at one time I followed him when he went outside.
もちろん失敗したよ。親父は表へ出るとき異様に人目を嫌い、誰かに見られてないか警戒していた。それこそ異常なくらいにね。だから逆に確信したよ。家人に知られてはならぬ理由で出かけているに違いないとね。
Of course, it was a failure. Every time Father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen, and was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him. And he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so. But that actually made me sure. He must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. He do be pretty sus. Still using scummy math on hero banners? 15, 23, 30, 27, 24. What? I'm confused. I don't understand this math. I'd invest in some hair products. Managing long hair is annoying. Yes. Laughs in bald. Kinzo was practicing his Beatrice disguise somewhere. Kinzo in a dress. Now I need some eye bleach. For my mind. Have it easier. Bald is the comfort meta. I gotta say, like, I do still grow hair. I'm not entirely bald. So I have to shave every so often. That's pretty annoying. But once it's shaved, oh, it feels so good. You get crystals for Duke heroes, and you're guaranteed one rare hero every banner. Rare currency placed by Alright.
そら愛人のところへ出かけるんや。人目も忍ぶやろな。
That'd be going to meet his mistress. Probably trying to avoid being seen. Baldness is the average male's fear, and Frost is Giga Chad embracing it. Yes. Embrace baldness. Embrace boldness. Be bold. That's we having a meltdown in 3, 2, 1. Oh. No meltdown yet. So if you get a white box, number of hero crystals you get is off. Like one rare hero, 17. So if you get 16, you get something new. Interesting. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though this was quite obvious, Ava got a little sullen.
まあとにかく西洋かぶれのお父様が自分の夢をまるでスケッチブックに描くみたいに実現したのがこの島なのよ。すべてがお父様の思い通りの島。
What? Oh, wait, she's not a donkey yet.
愛人を住まわせる隠し屋敷があっても何の不思議もない。
Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which Father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all his dreams. Everything about this island... Posture check, okay. Thank you for that. Should watch my posture. Draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how Father wanted it. The rare posture check.
Water!
Oh, and a hydrate. Thank you, Seizen. He's the imposter. When the posture is sus. It wouldn't be odd if there was, or it wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for his mistress to live in. Ava's words spoke for what all the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island? And had Kinzo's mistress been living there in hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking. But everyone shared a common opinion. Kyrie, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular.
そのお父様の愛人の噂はいつ頃から？
How long has this rumor about father's mistress been around?
この島に引っ越してきた当初からだから、あれこれ30年くらい前だな。何しろ隠し屋敷の工事なんて、俺たちが島に来ちまったら無理だろう。人とか機材の出入りがあるもんな。すぐにバレちまうさ。
As soon as we moved to this island, about 30 years ago. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have hidden a mansion. Right? Probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here. People and materials would have to be going in and out. Would have been exposed quickly.
だから、可能だとしたら、俺たちが引っ越してくる以前、多分俺たちがまだ小田原に住んでいた頃にこの屋敷の工事と一緒に済ましていたんだろうよ。
So if it was possible, it happened before we moved here. It probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Odawara.
お父様は家族生活と愛人との生活の2つを両立させようと最初から想定していたと考えるのが妥当なんでしょうね。多分愛人との関係は小田原時代にまで遡るでしょうし。
Since father had to set up a double life with his family and mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume that he had it all planned from the beginning. And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Odawara.
だろうな。親父殿が言うように、後ろ宮家復興の軍資金となった莫大な黄金が、彼女小田原時代にはもう信仰があったと見るべきだろう。莫大な黄金を貸し付けられるだけの信頼関係だ。どれほどの古い縁か想像もつかんね。
Probably. If, as father says, she is the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Ushiromiya family, we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been.
おそらくお父様が事業で成功する上で何か貴重な助言をしてくれたのでしょう。
Natsui huffing that copium.
それに恩を感じ、その人物が黄金を与えてくれたというような言い方をしたと考えるのが自然です。そうと考えれば、その後も信仰があったのは当然でしょう。それはおそらく愛人というただれた関係ではなく、後宮家の危機を救った恩人としてに違いありません。
Nazui joining in Kinsu's honor. Perhaps father gave her some kind of valuable advice for succeeding in business. It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that, this person gave father the gold. if you think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have a close relationship after that. Rather than a festering relationship with a mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Ushiromiya family from its crisis. Of course, a relationship of gratitude. Yes, definitely. Don't forget, not working on any hero in particular. You can always sweep gold dungeons and multi-evolves with 5-star. Scrap for magic metals, you can progress towards getting epic limit breaks. MLB epic but yeah. Wait. Multi-evolve. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, she's kind of changing the subject too. I mean, she's going along with their. Well, I mean, yeah. He's trying to say that it's not a mistress. Trying to defend his honor. So she's giving in a little, but also trying to save his honor.
夏希さんの言うのも一理あるかもわからんな。だが仮にそうでも隠し屋敷を作って住まわせるってのはちょいと行き過ぎた話やろな。
You know, there's something that always bothers me about Natsui's hair. Like, this part of her hair is like a regular brown, and then the floofy part behind is it sort of has a red tint to it, and it bothers me. Like, why does she have two different colored hair, or two different colors of hair? It doesn't really blend. It's just they're different.
恩だけでは計れん感情があったんとちゃうか。
And now you all have to see that as well. Original sprite also had that. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like she shouldn't be using hair dye because that seems like something she would look down on. So why is her hair two different colors? Bothers me so much. Yeah, there's a Guardian Tale survey. Yeah, if you do the Guardian Tale survey, you get 300 gems. I did do that already. Guess they just adapted the marvelous illustration genius from Ryukishi. He had literally no ulterior motives to do it. Yeah. It is what it is. Oh, you get to play the short story of the last collab and say the story was great. Yes, totally truthful survey answering. Honestly, they asked me some stuff that I was just like, I haven't really interacted in this, but there's no option to say that you haven't done that or whatever. So I just click something and like, okay, yeah, sure. They really need a non-answer to some of those questions. I mean, some of them just aren't applicable to the people taking the survey. I don't know if what Natsui-san's saying has a ring of truth to it or not, but even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a bit too far? Doesn't that mean that they felt something a bit more than gratitude?
まあ全ては憶測だ。第一、その隠し屋敷は誰も見つけたことがねえ。兄貴はこの島をリゾート開発する気なんだろ。 その際にひょっこり見つかるかもしれねえぜ。案外そこに黄金もあったりするかもな。
Well, this is all just speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion. Aniki, you were planning on expanding this island into a resort, right? As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by any chance, did you? Maybe you even bumped into some gold there, too.
お前は六軒島を宝島か何かだとでも思っているのかね。
Do you think Rockinjima is Treasure Island or something? Maybe?
とぼけないでよ。兄さんがリゾート開発と称して島の全域調査を計上しようとしてたのを知ってるのよ。例のトラブルのごたごたでできなくなっちゃったそうだけどね。
Don't play dumb. We know that although you've been saying you're opening a resort, you've really been planning to investigate the entire island, right? Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you?
なんだか知らんが誤解だな。島の調査はリゾート化の第一段階として極めて当然のことだ。
I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding. Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort? Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his sibling, who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things, or whether it was based on some physical proof. Sometimes mistakes can be huge, like battle reasoning, battler reasoning. Still, if Kraus, with all his guile, was sure, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too.
森に魔女が住んでるっちゅうのはそのまんまおとぎ話やが、森の中に誰も知らない屋敷があって金髪の姉ちゃんがひっそり隠れ住んどるっちゅうのも十分おとぎ話やな。
The story about a witch living in the forest is obviously a fairy tale. But the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about, in the middle of the forest, isn't much better.
そうね。シチュエーションだけだったらまるで童話か何かみたいね。ローザ、そういうの好きでしょ。
That's right. That really would be just like a fairy tale. Need water. Thanks for the hydrant. You like those, don't you, Rosa?
まあね。
Huh? Well... Man. Poor Rosa. Well, then again... Rosa does suck. But still... She's just sitting there not saying anything and drawing flack from Ava. Yeah, as soon as I said poor Rosa, I was like, nope, I take that back. Pretty much. As rich in channel points as you are in Limbus? Oh? You're saying you still have lunacy? Or just that you have a lot of characters and ego and all that? Like, I have almost no lunacy. Makes me sad.
この島に屋敷を建てた頃は親父殿の特に全盛期だ。金に物を言わせてどんな妄想も実現しただろう。森の中にひっそり佇む魔女の屋敷。親父の好きそうなシチュエーションだ。
When the mansion was built on the island, Father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably obtain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real. A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits. Sounds like the kind of situation Father would like. Decent lunacy, but own everything in game except 2 3-star IDs. Nice. Yeah, I'm missing some IDs still. I haven't gotten the battle pass yet, so that should give me a bunch. I'm waiting to get that, and then I will reap the rewards all at once. Yes, it will be beautiful. But yeah, free to play, by the way.
Dana.
700 tickets, some lunacy, and some tickets. Alright, alright.
オカルトチックというか、メルヘンチックというか、親父の趣味って気がするぜ。
Does it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. Feels like Dad's kind of hobby. Well, Limbus, not sure if the rewards for over leveling are retroactive. What do you mean? Rewards for over leveling? Oh, right, for the battle pass. Yeah, I am nowhere near the end. I think I'm like level 37 on the battle pass. What have you figured out? What do you know you don't know? There is so much I don't know. I just tried to come up with a funny title. But hello there, Morinda. Yeah, like, it really does seem like magic to me. I'm pretty much, like, at this point, I don't know if I'm even at Battler's level. Well, I hope I'm at his level. After all, he's incompetent. Good luck clicking through 60 plus rewards. Oh, that's right. I do know that clearly Beatrice is Genji in a dress. Yes. Sure, but yeah, with the clicking through 60 plus rewards, surely by the time I get to that, they'll have a claim all button. Copium. Beatrice exists, and she is Genji in a dress. But why is Beatrice doing this to everybody? Why murder everybody, especially multiple times? Because it's easy, and it does a lot of damage. I have no idea. Got that faster than most streamers. That may or may not be true. If it was actually true, that would be hilarious. I would die laughing. Oh. On this island, on which the Ushiromiya family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except what could be guessed from a portrait. You never know. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth.
お父さんがそういう夢を思い描いて隠し屋敷を建てることは不可能じゃないかもしれない。
Yeah, like this has been something I've been wondering as well. How would a 19th person be on the island and hide and everything? Like, with the tsunami, you couldn't really have people get there on a boat. They'd have to be there before. If there was some kind of hidden area, that would make sense. But is there a hidden area? And that is the question. And I mean, like, how would they have the power to keep killing everybody if there wasn't magic and a witch and all that? Let's see. Proceed to crouch and got stealth. Who's my favorite waifu? Well, I hate Rosa. We are now enemies. I think. Haven't committed to the idea it's magic then? I mean, I haven't committed to the idea that it's magic, but it really, really seems like magic. Like, I have no idea how else it would be possible. Yeah, I guess right now I'd say my favorite waifu would be Shadsuhi. Yes. Shadsuhi. Duel the witch. Come at me. Best waifu's dining room table. True, the dining room table is quite a good waifu. I mean, just look at that. So pristine.
でも現実的な話、その隠し屋敷に愛する女性を不自由なく何十年にもわたって住まわせることなんて可能なのかしら。
It might not have been impossible for father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams. However, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient? Oh boy, here we go with the chessboard thinking. We gonna spin? Fine food artistry, or wood artistry, yeah. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Canon makes me upset with his refusal to believe he's human or whatever. Although, like, I do question what is the deal with furniture. Episode 2 got pretty funky there. Spin. Fine wood, the smoothness. Yes. Yeah, furniture confuses me.
さあ、愛さえあれば可能なんじゃない？
Everything confuses me. I don't know what's going on. Well, if there was love, it could have been doable, right? All those questions will be answered in a timely manner. Yeah.
愛する女性が健やかに過ごせるような設備よ。それもお父さんなりのね。それはたとえ規模が小さかったとしても、趣向を凝らした快適な邸宅に違いない。
Think of all the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthily, and in a way that would satisfy father. For example, even if it was on a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. Yeah, not saying 9 months or so, yeah. We're getting there, slowly. Honestly, about to form a dining room chair to share a harem, like 10 of them? Oh my. Say is it? Oh my. Oh my.
そしてそれを維持するには、電気、ガス、水道、あるいは身の回りの世話に人間も必要かもしれない。食事の世話だって大変でしょうね。衣服や化粧品、日用品。女の身の回りは簡単じゃないわ。それだけのものを家人にも使用人にも悟らせずに維持することって可能なのかしら。
And it would probably need to have electricity, gas, and running water maintained, as well as some people to see to her needs. Even cooking would be quite difficult. She would need clothes and makeup, the daily necessities. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or the servants noticing? She do have a point. Maybe he's not attracted to furniture, but rather he's a termite? Oh no. We must save the chairs!
そこまで言われると確かに弱い
And the table.
な。だがそれでも、親父ならやってのけるかもしれんという気持ちは残る。
I don't know if the bonk bat's gonna cut it. We might need an exterminator. The bonk exterminator.
何しろ、あの親父だからな。
When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. That isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about.
そうね。あのお父様だものね。
That's right. It's our father. I see. Yes. Kinzo OP, please nerf. He's too strong!
お父様はやり遂げることは何があってもやり遂げます。
And of course now Natsui chimes in the affirmative.
常人には難しいから無理だろうという理由は、お父様に関してだけは当てはまらないでしょう。
If father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person and therefore impossible doesn't apply when it comes to father. Oh, Natsui.
親父殿に関してだけは見くびらん方がいい。親父の狂気は常人の思考では理解にも及ばん。
Indeed, you should never underestimate father. Father's madness cannot be understood by normal people. I wouldn't put it past that Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kyrie had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task.
お父さんの黄金伝説は六軒島を取得する前からや。となると、その愛人との縁は30年以上ということになるな。ってことは今いくつなんや。下手をしたらわしらと同じかそれ以上の年齢とちゃうか。
After all, Father's legend of the gold started before he gained possession of Rakanjima. That'd mean his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. How old would that make her? In the worst case, she could be as old as us or older, right?
体にもボロが出る年頃のはずや。どんな屋敷か知らんが、人目に触れんようなほとんど軟禁に近い生活はそう快適とは言えんやろな。
By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach. Almost like she was under house arrest.
そうね。お父様が語るベアトリーチェについての話が正しいなら、その縁は30年以上。当時は魅惑的な若い女性だったかもしれないけど、今は私たちと同格のタフな食えない女と考えるのが妥当でしょうね。手紙の内容からも、それは容易に想像できるわ。
That's right. If what father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now. I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter.
お前が言うか。
You should talk. Kraus laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Ava was offended, but she didn't strike back.
よせよ兄貴。そして俺たちの想像が本当なら、親父の遺産問題に彼女は胸を張って参加したいはずなんだ。何しろおふくろと違い相思相愛だった可能性が高いからな。本人には愛人の自覚と同時に正妻としての誇りもあるかもしれない。
Wait it, Aniki. So if everything we're thinking is true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high. After all, there's a good chance that their love was mutual, unlike with Mom. Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife.
それはお母様への侮辱にあたりますよ。
That is an insult to Mother.
ああ、すまん。だが、親父とおふくろが親戚の長老たちによる政略結婚だったことは誰もが知ってる。だからこそ、親父に愛人がいてもおかしくないと確信できるわけだがな。
Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives. Because of that, it definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. Now Nazi will melt down, right? Maybe. Surprisingly subdued. He had a little outburst there, but nothing after that. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and Father was set up as the Ushiromiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, could mean Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now, the person registered as his true wife was already dead.
となると、財産権どころか、家督争いにも食い込む気満々ってことになるで。
Which means she might feel confident staking her claim, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship, too.
なるほどな。この手紙の趣旨が少しだけ見えてきたよ。碑文の謎を解く者に家督を。そういう意味か。
I see. I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter. The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph. Is that what it means?
仮にその愛人が後宮家に序列を得ていたとしても、その序列はお父様の血を直接引かない以上子供に劣る。つまり序列はローザより一つ下ね。とても家督争いに加われるようなレベルじゃないわ。
Even if that mistress was added into the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of father, so she'd be inferior even to the children. In other words, she'd be one step below Rosa in rank. That wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle for the headship from. Oof. Yeah, I mean, Rosa is a little pitiable because everybody picked on her growing up. But man, she still sucks right now. Yeah. But the jabs are like, Ava, chill. Rose is getting shot lying down. Oof.
そういうことか。魔女の碑文を解けば序列に関係なく家督が告げる。つまり全く可能性のないベアトリーチェにとって最も有利な条件ってわけだ。
I see. So that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chance otherwise. The revival of the Ushiromiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. And by people like you. Thank you. I don't know why, that just made me think of the old PBS. Made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife Kinzo had never loved.
ずうずうしいにも程があります。仮に愛人が実在したとしても当主継承権を争うなど身の程をわきまえぬ暴挙です。なんという身の程知らず。
How could she be so impudent? Even if such a mistress actually exists, joining in on the battle for the rights to the head's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place. What disregard for her own position! So now Natsuhi's giving in even further, and she's saying, well, even if the mistress exists, she's just getting broken down bit by bit. Natsuhi turned red, her fist quivering. She's turning into the Hawk? The Red Hawk? Oh my. She had also come into the Ushiromiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife.
まあ、その暴挙のおかげで私たちにも公平にチャンスがあるわけなんだけどねえ。それにお父様はこの暴挙を黙認されている。後宮家を継ぐのは愛人ベアトリーチェか、愛はなくとも血を受け継ぐ私たちか。それを争わせて確かめたいというのでしょうね。
Well, thanks to that reckless action of hers, we all have an even chance now, right? Father has even given it his silent approval. Will the person who succeeds the Ushiromiya family be his mistress Beatrice? Or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love. Maybe he wants to make us struggle over that to see who's worthy. As Ava giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away.
でもその条件を向こうが出してきたということは、向こうは十分な勝算があるということじゃないのかしら。
However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first place, maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage.
それもそうや。第一、ベアトリーチェはあの手紙の文面通りならお父さんの顧問錬金術師、つまり黄金の管理者や。その隠し場所を知っていても何の不思議もないやないか。
That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, she's father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it?
こらひどい話やで。答えを知っている謎々を出してきたも同じや。これでシャーシャーと現れて、これが答えや、家督はいただきやで、なんて言われたら、わしらすべてかっぱらわれちまうわ。
Isn't that harsh? It's like she's giving us a riddle she knows the answer to. She'll probably show up rudely and say, "Hey, here's the answer. I'll take the headship now," and snatch everything away from us. Well, that's not what the letter said, though, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, wait, I can't see the letter here. But I mean, I thought it said that the letter, or I thought it said in the letter that the way that she wins is if they can't find it in time.
そうね。謎々の出題者は常に正解を知っているものよ。
I don't remember now, but it sounds right. Yeah.
これは私たちから全てを奪うために作られた罠の可能性が高いわ。
That's right. The person who brings up a riddle always knows the answer. There's a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us.
そこまで考えると、そもそも彼女が本当に黄金を持っているかどうかは怪しいと思わんかね。なぜ我々にその存在を教える？黙って着服すればよいもの。
If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place? Why would she tell us about it? All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it.
確かにおかしな話だな。
It really is strange. That certainly was the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the epitaph, and then plan to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility.
いいえ、チェス盤をひっくり返して考えれば、黄金を実際に持っている可能性は低くないかもしれない。
Oh, it's spin time. No, if you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold.
どうしてそんなことが断言できるのよ。
Why are you so certain?
待て姉貴。キリエ、続きを話してくれ。どうしてそう思うんだ？
Wait, Aniki. Kyrie, please keep talking. Why do you think that?
だって私たちは魔女の碑文なんていう謎々の答えを教えられたくらいで、本気で後宮家の家督を明け渡す気？ 謎々の答えに感服して降参を？
After all, do they really think we'll just let go of the Ushiromiya family headship just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph? That we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up?
そらまあ、それもそうやな。謎々の答えを教えられたくらいで、わしらがあっさり降参して、家督をはいどうぞと渡すかっちゅうたら、そら甘い話やな。
Well, that's true. No way they're so naive that they just assume that we give up after being told the answer to a riddle. That we just say, here you go, and hand it over.
当然です。後宮家の家督をそんな程度のことで譲ることがあるわけがない。
Of course. The headship of the Ushiromiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily.
そういうことよ。いくらベアトリーチェが一方的にこんなゲームを提案しても、そして見事その答えを示してみせたとしても、私たちは家督を素直に譲るわけもない。つまり私たちがこのゲームに対等な条件で挑まなくてはならないという強制、このゲームは成立しないのよ。
That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer, there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless she has a compelling force in the form of challenging us to a game with equal conditions for all, this won't truly count as a game.
そうだな。
Difficulty balance?
負けた時、家督を譲ることに強制力を持たせなきゃ、このゲームは成立しない。
You're right. Unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game.
その強制力というのはどういう意味だね。我々を鎖で縛って家督を譲るよう脅迫でもしようというのかね。
And what might this compelling force be? Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship?
なるほどね。わかったわ。私たちが喜んで家督を放棄したくなるようにすればいいわけね。なるほど。ならば確かに、ベアトリーチェは10トンの黄金を持っていなければならない。
I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly. Yes, I see. To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold.
そうか。わしにもわかったで。つまり、取引っちゅうわけやな。
I see. I get it too. In other words, it's a trade.
どういう意味ですか？取引？何を？
Huh? What do you mean? A trade? Trade what?
後宮家の家督と隠し黄金をよ。ベアトリーチェはきっと10トンの黄金の所在を明かし、それで後宮家の家督を買収するつもりなのよ。
The Ushiromiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold, and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushiromiya family headship.
バカバカしい。
Bakabakashi. Ridiculous.
栄光ある後宮家の家督をお金でやり取りしようというのですか？冒涜です。後宮家への冒涜です。
They want to trade the headship of the glorious Ushiromiya family for money? That's blasphemy. Blasphemy against the Ushiromiya family. Sure, nobody would trade the honor of the headship for something as shallow as gold. Of course. Who wants gold anyway? Right? Guys? Right?
怒らずに聞いて。その栄光ある後宮家には今、どの程度の財産があるの？私たちはそんなにも裕福なの？
Please listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does this glorious Ushiromiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? Rip Chadsui, yeah.
裕福の定義とは財産で決まるのではありません。心の持ちようで決まります。私たちの財産状況が一体何の
The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about heart. Our financial situation has nothing to... Right. Kraus interrupted Natsuri as she started to go on and on emotionally. Hey, Chatsuri, when she's clearly protesting and panicking. Yeah. I mean, that part in episode 1 where she duels the witch. She puts it all on the line. That's where Chatsuri comes from. And even though she isn't so much of a Chad in the next episodes, she's still a Chad in my heart. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound.
私はともかく、お前たちの状況は芳しくないと聞いているよ。
Me aside, I hear your current situations are quite unfavorable.
あらそう。兄さんの財政状況だって相当に芳しくないと聞いているわよ。
Part where she redacted some kind of foolish view. I mean, she died, if that's what you're referring to. She got... Well, I mean, she shot at Beatrice, and the bully got reflected back to her. Yeah. It was a valiant attempt.
次々担保に入れて新しい博打の掛け金にして負けを認めないために次々新しい博打に手を出して内情の話をしたらこの中で兄さんほど火の車の人間は存在しないわ。
Oh, really? I've heard that your financial situation's really bad too. Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with. Repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses. If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us.
どれだけ損失を出してんのよ兄さんは。才能ないのよ。
Just how much money have you lost, Nissan? You have no talent.
誰の才能がないというのですか。言うにこと書き、火の車とは。
Who are you saying has no talent? And what do you mean financial straits? Natsuri, chill. Natsuri became indignant once more, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her.
多少の誤解があるようだ。ビジネスは経過で判断できるものではない。私のような長期的視野でのビジネスともなると、時に短い単位期間では一見大きな損失を出しているようにも見えるものだ。
It seems you are making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone. For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself, it may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses. Stop picking on Kraus. NFTs are going to the moon. To the moon! How's my GameStop chops doing? Or GameStop stocks doing? Yeah. Man, first Kraus invested in GameStop. Now he's investing in NFTs. Next he's gonna invest in AI art. Oh my. Kraus, stop. Just stop.
兄貴、裏は取れてんだぜ。今は見栄を張ってる場合じゃない。つまりキリエはこう言いたいのさ。俺たちは全員が全員金に困ってる。そしてベアトリーチェは10トンの黄金を持っている。
Anarchy, we've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of. So this is what Kyrie is trying to say. Every one of us has got money trouble, and Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. Kraus would make only the best business decisions ever, I'm sure. Yes. Yeah. Clearly.
ベアトリーチェは自分だけがありかを知る10トンの黄金で私たちに家督を売らせるつもりなのよ。10トンの黄金の価値はどのくらい？
As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headship. About how much is 10 tons of gold worth?
ざっと見積もって20億？いいえ、200億ね。これだけを積まれたら私たちは歓喜して彼女を次期当主に認めるわ。
At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen. With that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as the successor. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds.
冗談じゃないわよ。多少お金を積まれたくらいで。どこの馬の骨とも知れない女に家督を譲るなんて。
This isn't funny. You think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin just because she had a little money stored up? Ava, why do you care so much? I mean, let's see. That would be around... Oh, I don't know how much it would be comparatively to American dollars back then, but I think the general rate was about 100 yen to $1. So, yeah. So that'd be like $100 million. And this is back before inflation got worse. So that'd be a ton of money. I wonder if that would be $1 billion or more dollars in current money.
アホ抜かせ。もともとお前に家督なんぞいかんやないか。わしらは何も失わずに金だけをもらえる話やで。そら損得感情は必要やろが、聞くに値する話や。
Don't be stupid. The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? We've got nothing to lose and money to gain. We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. He's actually talking back to Ava? Is he talking back to Ava? This is like a first. Like I don't think he's ever actually talked back to Ava like this. 10 tons of gold right now is about $571 million USD. Oh yeah. I thought it'd be more. Still, that's quite a bit of money. I figure even for businesses that'd be well, whatever businesses these guys have, it's probably still worth more than whatever they have. Maybe. I don't know. Probably be about at least equal to what they have when not counting their debt. They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Ushiromiya family's assets, so it was dregs that remained of the inheritance versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter.
まあ、4等分とはならねえだろうな。次期当主を降りることになる兄貴に取り分が多くなるのはやむを得ねえだろうよ。羨ましい話だぜ。
Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions. Since Aniki would be giving up his position as successor, his portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kinda jealous, you know? Kraus is like, I'm listening.
あなた、金額の問題じゃないでしょ。不甲斐ない弟たちはお金で後宮家の栄光を売り払うつもりなのですよ。ここで長男の威厳を示さずして何とするのです。
Natsuhi. Natsuhi. Oh. Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushiromiya family for money. Don't you see? Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Oof. Yeah, Natsuhi, kindly shut up. Big oof.
夏希、しばらく黙っていなさい。
Basically, yes. Yeah. Natsuhi, stay quiet for a while.
あなた
That was perfect timing on that. Dear.
こりゃあクラッとくる話だぜ。俺たちは兄貴から2億半ずつ引っ張ろうと思ってた。もし魔女様が俺たちに10トンのうちの1割も弾んでくれたなら。
20億ね。
This is a dizzying proposal. We were each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons, that's 2 billion.
ああ、俺たちは当初の見積もりの10倍も弾まれちまうことになる。そんだけあれば俺たちは十分だぜ。どうせ後宮なんて名前に未練はねえんだ。喜んで売っ払ってやら。
Yeah, that means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I've got any attachment to the Ushiromiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Guess when you have a 1,000,000 word story, it has to have. Happen a lot. Rikishi 7 does good predicting exactly what the reader thinks when they say it. Yeah. Speaking of which, you're always amazed at the number of streamers who in chapter 1 think annoying Maria want to smack her, then forget that and get annoyed when it happened in chapter 2. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. Like, I hate Maria's oohing and all that, and just her uh fixation on things. But at the same time, like, she does not deserve what happens to her. Rosa mistreats her. She gets murdered by demons, and yeah. I honestly have to wonder if she's autistic. Just because, like, well, mainly because of her fascination on things. And yeah. I don't know, her mindset seems off, even for a kid. When Rosa mistreats her? No way. Rosa did nothing wrong. Rikishi's very good at molding reader feelings. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, Maria is quite annoying, and, like, I get the feeling wanting to smack her, but at the same time, she doesn't deserve it. I think that's something she's not really in control of herself. Still doesn't make her any less annoying, though. Yeah. He said a couple weeks ago the Tea Party for Chapter 2 actually succeeded in making me feel sorry for Rosa after all of Chapter 2. Yeah, I mean, at the end, she realized too late, but she did realize that she should have been taking care of Maria. Well, but at the same time, there have been other parts in the story where she's like, oh no, I'm sorry, I should have been better to you, Maria. And it's like, it was more impactful because of what was going on, like with the demons chasing them and their final stand and all that. But at the same time, I don't know if Rosa actually had a change of heart there, or if she would just go back to beating Maria if they made it out of there. To be clear, violence is wrong, especially against children, yeah. It's more that people want bad things to happen to Maria in Chapter 1, then Chapter 2 they forget that, get annoyed when it happens. Oh, yeah. Like, I really do find Maria quite annoying, but it's not like I want bad things to happen to her. Yeah. It's a weird situation with Maria. Like, and I sort of get why Rosa has trouble with Maria. Like, even if Maria's autistic, or especially if Maria's autistic, I would think it's not very easy to live with someone like that. Like, you want to love them and care for them, but it's like, even if they're your own daughter, that doesn't just make you instantly well, yeah, that doesn't make you immune to their annoyances. So anybody with autistic children or spouses or anything, or parents or anything like that, and still keep a good relationship with them, that takes a lot of work, and I admire them for it. When was autism even officially recognized? That is a good question. Like, I I feel like it hasn't been that long, really. I mean, the past half a decade, or half a century at most, probably, maybe. I don't know, maybe it was realized before then. But I think they dealt with it more harshly. So it might have been recognized, but just dealt with more harshly before. Oh yeah, I'm sure people would have recognized it as something, but just probably hasn't gotten proper care for sometime or until sometime within the last half century. Seems like 2007 from brief Google search. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's even uh not even 2 decades. Note that this is in Japan as well. It's very common for Westerners to impose a Western mindset on culture they experience, even when it isn't the intended cultural context. True. Hmm. But I mean, if we're talking about Maria, then I think there's clearly something wrong with her other than like I don't think it's a cultural thing necessarily. Because I mean, she has that fixation with just like, if she promises something, she will absolutely refuse to not abide by the promise. Um, Even if it hurts her and whatnot, and and just other stuff like that. I don't think a child could really do that unless they were autistic. Or I don't think they could act like that unless they were autistic. I mean, it might not be intended to be that way. I don't know what the writer was thinking. They haven't like really said that she's autistic. That's just how it looks to me, but autism was first officially identified as a spectrum disorder in the DSM. Were published in 1994 and revised in 2000. Huh. I was born in 1994. A lot more chapters to go. I'm sure they'll go a bit more in depth on Maria eventually. True, yeah. I think there is definitely more to Maria than meets the eye. Maybe not, but she do seem a little sus.
10トンすべてを提供してくれるかはさすがに川山用だとしても、なるほど、私たちにとって魅力的な話になるわね。
Oh yeah, like, and before I go too far away from this, um, I'd say the Rose Garden thing where Maria gets the letter is the most likely indicator that she has autism because she's ordered to find or well no she tries to find that rose and she's so fixated on that rose that she doesn't want to leave and like her mother tells her well just stay there anyway and or if you're not going to come in now and she just stays there in the pouring rain when it's likely she'll get sick or something and all that.
Sub renewal.
Nice. Thank you very much, Otavio. Oh, 3 months. I think you get a new badge now. Oh, it doesn't show the. I don't have a. Oh, maybe I don't have a first month badge. Do I? Oh, you're right. You have to change the badge now. It doesn't necessarily show automatically, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it greatly. I really need to get somebody to make some new emotes. I gotta get on that.
私たちはベアトリーチェなどというよそ者を弾き出すために兄弟同盟を組もうとしていた。
Even if 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure, yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out.
しかし彼女の目論みがこうならば、私たち兄弟の団結はバラバラにされるわ。ええ、今こそはっきり断言できる。ベアトリーチェの手紙の目的は、私たちの結束をかき乱すことなのよ。
But if this is her plan, it'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, by this point we can state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. Ah, flashback. If the three younger siblings, who never had anything to do with the inheritance, were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be a one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room, and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus's situation would probably be investigated. I remember in episode 1 they said about Kraus embezzling things, and he was totally against it. But now it's saying that he did embezzle. I don't know if that's a constant, or if it's just one of the myriad changes in the episodes. Things seem different every time. I mean, things are definitely different every time. Episode 2, Beatrice was actually there with them. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. Don't think it would be a contradiction to embezzle and deny embezzling. I mean, like, yeah, I guess not, but it really seemed like he didn't embezzle in episode 1. I don't know. Maybe I was too naive there, but well, like I said, in any way, or in any case, things are quite different between the episodes. The game boards are set up differently. It's quite confusing. Why? Like, yeah, why is everything set up differently every time? I have to wonder. What is the point of winning the game for Battler if everything is different? If we consider the first time reality and everything else magic. Or oh yeah. I don't want to get too far into Battler's mental gymnastics or I might lose my mind. In other words, Kraus's embezzlement might not have been made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened by Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rakinjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant likelihood they'd relinquish the Ushiromiya family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today, no one had solved it. So Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game, and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kyrie still thought there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have to have had to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet, she had gone to all of this trouble, telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game, where she agreed to hand over all of the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver? Kyrie tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking. Speed. In the end, she reached a single conclusion.
おごりなのかしら。あるいは遊び？
Could it be arrogance? Or maybe she's playing.
何の話？
What are you talking about?
魔女は気分を解いてみろと私たちに挑戦状を送ったわ。どうせ解けないだろうと高をくくってるでしょうけどね。でも何万分の1かの確率で私たちが解いてしまう可能性もあるはず。
The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it. However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it.
何しろ、ここにはお父さんの血を引く子供が4人もいるのよ。出題者の血縁者が4人も揃い、財産を奪われまいと死に物狂いで知恵を出し合ったなら、偶然にも謎が解けてしまうこともあるかもしれない。
After all, we have here 4 of father's children by blood, right? The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble.
つまり、魔女の手紙に書かれている挑発文は、ベアトリーチェにとってリスクにしかならないのよ。確かに、兄弟の連帯を分断するという効果はあったけれど、それを狙うためだけに、わずかとはいえこのようなリスクを？私は不用心だと思う。
In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge. Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance. But if that was her only goal, why would she take the risk, however slight it may be? That seems reckless to me.
でもね、ある種の感情を念頭に置いたとき、このリスクは理解可能になるのよ。
But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible.
それがおごりだというの？
And you're saying it's arrogance? Hmm. Okay. I gotta take a quick break here and go use the bathroom. And I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. We will continue. Alright, I'm back. Turns out that Limbus Company had a Shadow BP max level even with over leveling. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's probably good they have that. I mean, it could help prevent burnout. Maybe. And also keep people from getting too many resources too quickly, maybe. I don't know, it does give a lot either way. But yeah. They are pretty good with replayability. Or well. I mean they're pretty generous, I should say. Not replayability. There is some replayability. I used the wrong word there, though. Oh, they're saying they're going to cancel the upper limit. Huh. 3 confirmed players surpassed level 220 or 255, so now they're fixing it with emergency maintenance. Holy cow. That seems a little strange to do that. I mean, I feel like that would impact the longevity of the game. Like, play too much now, get too many resources. There will be less reason for them to play later and spend later. Oh. I mean, it doesn't really affect me. Well, I mean, yeah, it doesn't affect me directly, but if they lose whales, that's not going to be good. They need to keep money coming in. Didn't affect anybody but 3 people. But hey, we can infinitely overlevel now. Well, I mean, 3 people now, and those 3 might be big spenders. Like, I don't know. Whatever. They can do whatever. I just hope that the game continues for a long time. Probably won't lose whales since the BP grind is so excessive. MD for 1 level. Yeah. Oh, need water! Thank you for the hydrate. We're reaching 3 hours for this single scene. Oh yeah, this is quite a massive scene. I wish they would just get to the killing already. Like, this is great and all, but like they just keep debating on whether or not there's a 19th person and what the deal is with that. They're not really getting anywhere. I'm sure it'll get more interesting in a bit. Yes. Let the murders begin. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Okay, anyway. And you were saying it's arrogance?
ええ、そうよ。圧倒的な優位に立つと人はおごるわ。すると敗者に対しその優位性をひけらかすために微小なリスクをわざと背負うことがある。適度なリスクは勝利の喜びを引き立たせるスパイスだもの。リスクなき勝利ほど退屈なものはない。
Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the losers. So they sometimes take on small risks. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. It'd be boring to win without any risk.
わかるわ。私もそういうの好きだもの。よくわかるわ。
I understand. I like that kind of thing too. Yeah, I understand it well.
ベアトリーチェの手紙の真意をもっともらしくいろいろと解釈してみたけれど、実はこれが真実かもしれない。あの手紙の裏に潜む感情はおごりなのよ。
I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind that letter was arrogance.
おごり。
Arrogance.
難解な碑文がお前たちに解けるものかと私たちを見下して威張り散らしたいのよ。案外ひょっとすると碑文はお父さんじゃなく彼女が作ったのかもしれないわね。
She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us, as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible, if surprising, that epitaph wasn't written by Father, but by her.
上等じゃないの。碑文の謎が解けるかですって。
Sounds great. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says.
もしも解いたなら私を当主にしてくれるのね。
If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right?
解いてやる。
I'll solve it.
魔女の挑戦を受けてやるわ。他の間抜けな兄弟たちに解けるものか。
I'll accept the witch's challenge. As if those other idiot siblings could solve it.
私一人が解いて、私こそが後ろ宮家を引き継ぐにふさわしいということを証明してやるわ。
I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Ushiromiya family.
その挑戦乗った私が謎を解いてやる。
I'll take that challenge. I will solve the riddle. Okay. Well, we're in the soul world or whatever now, maybe? Yep.
なるほどな。魔女じゃなく、ベアトリーチェという名の愛人が島に存在していたわけか。つまり、人間は18人以上いる。ということは、18人全員に不可能だから魔法犯罪であるという図式は崩せるわけだ。これは大きい情報だぜ。
I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice, who lived on the island. So there can be more than 18 people. Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. 3 hours per scene. Also, Rosa had like what, one single line on that whole scene? Oh, she had 2 or 3 lines. Maybe 4. But they were all just like, well, okay. Yeah, she just kept getting pushed around a lot. Rosa turned into Marisol, but a less confident Marisol. Yeah, let's start when Kraus asked her for some water.
失礼いたします。マトラ様、紅茶とクッキーはいかがですか？
Pardon me. Battler-sama, would you like some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Ronove, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking, steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. Feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me.
いらねえよ。俺は今取り込み中なんだ。放っておいてくれ。
I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone.
おやおや。それは美味しく焼けたクッキーなのに、とても残念です。人間ごときにはもったいないくらいに素敵に焼き上がった。それは素敵なクッキーなのに。
Oh my. Such a shame. And the cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully that they would be wasted on a mere human.
気が向いたら食ってやるぜ。その辺に置いてとっととうせな。
I'll eat some when I feel like it. Just set it down somewhere and get out of here. I thought Battler would say something like, well, now that what makes me want to eat them. But I guess he sort of changed his mind there.
さようでございますか。それではそのようにいたしますよ。冷めてからお召し上がりになって焼きたてを召し上がらなかったことを存分に後悔なされると良いでしょう。
Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh.
いちいちうるさいやつだな。まあ、耳元で気色悪くケラケラ笑うベアトのやつよりゃ数段マシだがよ。
You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than that Beato, who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear.
いえいえ、まったく。お嬢様の笑い声は時折実に品がありません。それを聞くたびに、なぜ私ほどの高貴な悪魔があのようなものを主にしなければならないのか、理解に苦しむのでございますよ。
Yes, yes, that is quite true. There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master.
変なやつだな。そんなに嫌なら使えなきゃいいだろうが。
Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her?
それでもなおお使いするのが家具の喜びなのでございますよ。それでなくては家具は務まりません。
And yet, to continue serving is furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture.
それはさておき、ゲームの方はいかがでございますか。先ほど良い情報を見つけたようなことを言われ、お喜びになられていたようですが、さてさて、どのような朝知恵が思いついたやら。
Setting that aside, how has the game been proceeding? Just now you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. As Ronove mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally and placed the black key and cookies in a random spot nearby.
お方、19人目の存在に自信を深めたからでございましょう。よろしければ、ぜひご考説をお聞かせ願いますか。
In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion?
ああ、いいぜ。どうせベアトの前で改めて言うしな。隠す必要もないさ。いいか、この島に隠し屋敷があって愛人を住まわせていたらしいんだ。となりゃ、俺を苦しめてきた18人なのか19人なのかって疑問は簡単に決着する。
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna say it again in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and that grandfather had his mistress living there. So the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved. Battler's saying it like it's confirmed. Battler, why are you so incompetent?
バトラ様は魔女を否定するくせに、18人の中にも犯人を求められないダブルスタンダードの袋小路に自らを追い込まれました。
You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch, Battler-sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18.
魔女を否定する最も簡単な方法は18人の誰かを疑うことだ。18人全員のアリバイはそう簡単には揃わない。
One moment. Okay, I'm back.
常に一人くらいはアリバイの脆い人間が生まれる。俺はそいつを生贄にすることで常に魔女を否定し続けることもできるだろう。
The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You'll always find at least one person with a fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat. Adler wants his cake, could he eat it too? Okay. Ah, yes, world history.
しかしそれは断固拒否する。ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。18人はみんな俺にとって親たちや親戚たちやいとこたち、そして真面目だったり面白かったりする頼もしい使用人の人たちだ。俺はその人たちの誰を生贄にすることも許せない。
However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless.
無駄無駄。
Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me. And those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with. I won't let myself use any one of them as a scapegoat. And Goda, who I've known for like one day. Goda and Canon, yeah. Well, I mean, Canon is furniture, so it's not like it's something he would... Darn it, Canon. Clearly, it was all Goda's fault.
かつて俺はその決意があやふやだった。
But actually, it was Genji in a dress.
だからその心の弱さをベアトに疲れたんだ。
In the past, my resolve wavered. That's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak.
自らの弱点を認め理解する、なかなかできることではありません。バトラ様は19人目が存在する説を槍にする。槍というよりは盾でしょうかな。
Ah, accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses. It is not something that can often be accomplished. Battler-sama, you use this theory about a 19th person as a spear. Or should I say, a shield.
いずれにせよ、これまでのゲームでの無策と違い、戦い方に指針を持たれるのは劇的飛躍と申せましょう。これでバトラ様は敬愛する18人を疑わずに存分に19人目を疑い、人間犯人説を追求できるわけでございます。
In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human, without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect. You know, as we just casually forget that in the last game, there was also a 19th person, Beatrice. And yet that didn't really seem to help.
そういうことさ。最初のゲームのカノン君が殺されたボイラー室とか、他にも19人目が存在していたなら、迷う必要なんかないトリックはいくつもある。
That's it exactly. Like in the first game, when Canon-kun was killed in the boiler room. There were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as a 19th person existed. In the very first game, Canon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him. Or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room.
つまり18人の誰にも無理だから行こうという図式だけは否定することができるわけさ。
In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that had already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter.
ふむふむ。とても良い一手だと思いますよ。私だったらどう切り返しましょうか。
I'd say that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it?
たとえバトラ様が理解されたとしても、未だに弱点は健在。18人攻めは有効な手でしょうね。バトラ様の守りがどの程度か確かめる意味でも、改めてそこをつくのも面白いかもしれません。
You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them. Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again.
ならどう来る？悪魔の執事。
And how will you do it, Demon Butler?
バトラ様が刺された19人目の駒を迎え撃つのが妥当でございましょう。バトラ様は19人目にお会いしておりませんね。19人目が存在する証拠をお願いできますかな。
I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned. Battler-sama, you have never met this 19th person, yes? Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists?
アメーゼ。もちろん、その指し手で来るだろうことは読んでいる。
How naive. Of course I knew you'd probably try that move.
それは受け手をお願いいたします。
My. Please respond to it.
魔女だの悪魔だの。お前らにこれほどふさわしい一手はないぜ。それがこいつ。悪魔の証明さ。
Objection! Witches and demons and the like. There's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those devil's proofs. Let's see, how do I... I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. How do I get this away? For a moment. Whoops. Oh well. Close enough. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof. Because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. You searched Genji Triss on Google and you found the most cursed 4 coma pages. Has no spoilers, so you can put it on Discord. Oh no. I'm afraid. Genji Triss. It's a... It's not NSFW, right? No. Okay, good. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. There are cheat moves. And that's what this devil's proof is. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Rakanjima, separate from the Ushiromiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right. I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beato's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. Ah, flashback. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. Spin. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if I suggest that a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her, no matter how hard you look. So you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, and forget just the 19th person, this island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 10 or 100 of them, we still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game, and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine that a single culprit setting up all of those. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up to work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed. But those are all settled by the devil's proof. Oh my. And before I forget, I want to check this first for coma. What in the world? Is Genji? Okay, it's not. Oh, wait, here we go. Here's one with. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we got Shannon. Shannon is in a swimsuit and cat ears for some reason, and with a cat bell. That is okay. Oh wait, right. It goes down like this. Okay, she broke a plate. Genji's just like, Shannon, just pretend I did it and leave. I'll tell you, you broke a dish? That's very unlike you. By the way, I have a Beatrice dress that was custom made for you. That expression on Genji. Yes. Excellent. Oh my. This is perfect. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, Otavio found an Umineko for coma. And it has it has Shannon breaking a plate, Genji taking the blame for it, and then Natsui has a Beatrice dress custom made for Genji. Oh my, good stuff. Makes more sense from page 1 though. Yeah, it seems to go in a certain order. I'll check out the rest of those later. They look amusing. Okay. You can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination, but what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means that there's 100 more hiding somewhere.
まあ、へりくつまみれの暴論だとは思うぜ。
I mean, I came up with Genji in a dress way back in episode 1. So before we found the Fort Coma. Yeah, Otavio just found the Fort Coma now. I was just like, this is amazing, that's perfect. It looks like great minds do think alike. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted.
相手が人間だったなら、寝言を言うなと怒鳴られるところだろうよ。だが、俺の相手は魔女だ。そして、俺たちがやってるのはそういう勝負なんだろう。どんな暴論であろうとも、人間で説明をつけ、魔女を否定する。
If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch. And after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch.
とにかく、この一手で俺は、二度と親しい18人のみんなを疑わなくて済む。俺は二度と、前回の失敗は繰り返さない。
Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. In before Beatrice says something in red that totally denies that.
なるほど。前回の失敗を学ばれているのですね。良いことですよ。さすがに3度もゲームを重ねると容量が良くなるものです。
I see. You have learned from your previous defeat. That's good. It's no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game.
まずは自陣の守りを固める。実に堅実な処方です。なかなかの妙手と思いますよ。
You first strengthen your own defense. That is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I would say.
まあ、19人目の人物を仮定したとしても、マスターキーの本数などのように、何人人間を増やしてもクリアできないトリックも残ってる。しかし、とりあえずの初手としては悪くないはずだ。
Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person, there are still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. Thank goodness he has...
バトラ様の切り札、19人目の人物という大駒。
Thank goodness he has some self-awareness. More people isn't going to solve everything.
証拠はあるのかとの私の一手に、バトラ様は悪魔の証明で反撃。良い攻防です。お嬢様のおられないところで勝手に手を進めてしまうのは申し訳ないのですが、私も少し面白くなってきてしまったところです。お嬢様に代わり、さらに一手進めさせていただきましょうか。
Battler-sama, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. You countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the devil's proof. A good skirmish. Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when Milady isn't here. I find that I too am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you will allow me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Only has several chapters. That was only chapter 1. There might be spoilers further on though. Wouldn't go that far. 20th and 21st person could combine together to break down a door. Then the 22nd could be a carpenter and fix it. The 23rd to 35th could harvest some wood from the forest. Fly the carpenter. Actually, anything is possible for Miranda. How do you do? Nice. Flawless logic. Let's see.
来いよ。魔女だろうと悪魔だろうと、相手に不足はねえ。
Let's have it. I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons.
バトラ様の刺された一手、悪魔の証明。
Is that a mean sentence? Interesting.
これは私ども悪魔のお箱でございますが、他にも私どもにはいくつもの手がございます。ヘンペルのカラスという一手はご存知ですかな？
This move you presented called the Devil's Proof. It's a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Temple's Raven?
ヘンペルのカラス？何の話だ？
Temple's Raven? What are you talking about? Is that darn witch laughing in my ear again? Just then, that enraging laugh I'd heard so many times started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the golden witch appeared.
これはお嬢様。おはようございます。
If it isn't Milady, good morning.
わらわのいないところで何やら面白そうなことをしていると思えば、ヘンペルのカラスか。なんとも笑える懐かしい一手よ。よもやバトラに披露する日が来ようとはな。それは悪魔の証明に並ぶ古典的一手だ。
I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Temple's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move, I could almost laugh. To think that the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against a devil's proof.
ロノウェイ、それはわらわが指す一手ぞ。わらわの楽しみを減らしてくれるな。
Ronove, I will make this move. Do not get in the way of my fun.
出やがったな、ゲラゲラ魔女め。相変わらず下品に笑いやがって。こいつもお前のこと、笑い方に品がねえって陰口言ってたぜ。なあ。
So you've finally shown up, you guffawing witch. I see you're laughing like a freak just as usual. This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that. Right?
それは心外な。本当か？
How rude. Is that true?
めっそうもない。心より尊敬申し上げているお嬢様に、この私めがどうしてそのような陰口を申せましょうか。
Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about Milady, whom I regard with such sincere respect?
よくもシャーシャーと言えるもんだな。お前とは仲良くなれそうにないぜ。
I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together.
まあよい。話を戻そう。ヘンペルのカラスは実証を待遇的に行ってみせる。つまりこういう手だ。カラスが黒いことを証明するにはどうすればいい？
Well, that is fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Temple's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive. In other words, it is a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black?
は？何の話だ？カラスが黒いことを証明って、カラスを捕まえてきて、色が黒いことを確認すりゃいいだけの話だろ。
Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and see if it's black?
その通り。カラスイコール黒いを証明すればよい。ということは、黒くない鳥イコールカラスではないを証明しても同じ論法になるのがわかるかな？世界中のカラスでない鳥をすべて調べ、それらが黒くないことを証明すれば、それは結果的に、故に黒い鳥はカラスであるとなるわけだ。
That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that if you instead prove that birds that aren't black are not ravens, you would reach the same argument? If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens, and prove that none of them are black, then as a result, you can claim that, therefore, blackbirds are raven.
これを対偶論法という。そなたには難しいか？
This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that too difficult for you? Actually, I do need to go back and read that. Yeah, okay. So, prove that a raven is black. If you instead prove that birds that aren't black are not ravens. Okay. Go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black. Okay. I sort of, yeah. I grasp it. Not firmly, but I grasp it. Therefore, blackbirds are raven. Yeah. Okay, I understand it. But I might not realize it at first if that argument is used.
ああ、まったく。何言ってやがるのかさっぱりだ。
Yeah, no kidding. I've got no idea what you're saying.
バトラ様、こういう例え話はいかがでしょう。二つの箱があり、片方は当たりでクッキーが入っているといたします。
Basically, it's saying you can prove something indirectly by failing to find counterexamples. Indirectly. Failing to find. Okay. So they came and said, we checked 1,000 people and they all had 2 hands. And proved there are no 3-handed humans, but it would be evidence. Came you with 100,000 people with 2 hands, it would be stronger evidence. Okay. Came to you with a shit ton of people with 2 hands. You may be convinced all humans had 2 hands. That kind of argument. So it's like an argument of probability? Something like that? Let's see what Ronobe's example is.
もちろん、もう片方は外れで空っぽです。
Battler-sama, what about this example? Let us say that you have 2 boxes, and one of them is a winner with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are 2 boxes, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win if it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. Okay. When if A then B is true, then if not B, then not A is also true. Okay. I feel like I'm understanding this more.
そりゃ当然だろう。もし選んだ方が外れだったなら、もう片方は自動的に当たりってことになる。
Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner.
つまり、箱を適当に選び、当たりを引こうと外れを引こうと、最初の一手で、どっちの箱にクッキーが入っているか特定できるわけだ。
In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move.
その通り。開けた箱にクッキーが入っていたなら、悪魔の証明を満たす。この箱は当たり、イコール、 この箱にはクッキーが入っているをまさに実証できるわけだ。しかし開けた箱が空っぽだったなら、この時は逆にヘンペルのカラスを満たす。この箱にクッキーが入っていないイコールこの箱は当たりではないとなるのだから。
That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied. You can directly prove that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Temple's raven, is satisfied. In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it equals this box isn't the winner.
そしてそれは箱が2つしかないことを前提としている限り、もう片方の箱が自動的に当たりであることを対偶的に示している。
And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner.
ま、なんとなく理屈は分かったぜ。毒を制するには毒、へりくつにはへりくつってわけだ。それで俺の島には19人目の人間が隠れているに違いないから、18人全員にアリバイがあってもそれは魔女を認めることにはならないをどう切り返してくれるってんだ？
Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island, even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches?
よかろう。わらわの手は教えよう。まずそなたは18人の中に犯人はいないイコールならば犯人は19人目としている。ならば待遇としてこうなるわけだ。つまり犯人は19人目ではないイコールならば18人の中に犯人がいる。
Very well. I will teach you about my move. First of all, you are stating that the culprit is not among the 18 equals the culprit is a 19th person. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. In short, the culprit is not a 19th person equals the culprit is one of the 18. Bum, bum, bum.
はぁ？
ににににににに。
なんだと？それはどういう意味だ？
Huh? What do you mean?
そなたの指し手を逆手に取っただけだがな。そう難しい話ではあるまいに。ロノウェ、説明せよ。そなたのさっきのクッキーの箱の例えはバトラにわかりやすいらしい。
Only that I've countered your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Ronove, explain. It seems you've made things easy enough for Battler to understand with your cookie in a box analogy.
それでは僭越ながら、先ほどの例え話でもう一度ご説明させていただきます。
Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about two treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19th person box. So the cookie represents the culprit. Battler-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th person box. That lets us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack.
なんだと
What the hell?
わらわが19人目の箱の中身が空っぽであることを先に証明すれば、そなたは自動的に18人の箱の中にクッキーがあることを認めなければならないということになる。そなたはそれを逆の言い方で口にしたに過ぎんのだぞ。
If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookie is in the 18-person box. All I've done is say it the other way around, yeah? You would go out of their way to make the analogy as complicated as possible, yeah. Yeah, that was pretty confusing it was fairly confusing at first, and now they just simplified it here. All the philosophical discussions are so long. Yeah, get to the killing people. Murder everybody. Yeah. Show me some death.
つまり俺の自信満々の一手は同時に諸刃の剣でもあるってわけか。
So, the move I was so confident in is actually a double-edged sword?
その通りよ。そなたの19人目で全てを説明する一手は、それが破られた時。
その通り。
18人でしか説明できないことを認めざるを得ないリスクを背負っている。
That's right. As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with a 19th person, you've already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18. A then B equals not B equals not A, or then not A. Saying it wasn't a 19th person, so unless you believe it was magic, it has to be one of the 18. Yeah. They probably did that just to mess with us. I see. Temple's Raven. So this is a countering technique. Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't the cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. And there aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think about it, if you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of those boxes. I didn't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof and created the 19-person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine. But then Beato struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, and as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any one of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that'll be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I have to expand an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. I think I get it, Battler. By the way, it's getting near 11 here, so I don't know how long this scene goes, but if this scene ends soon, if you guys know how long the next scene will be, that would be great. Thought I'd mention that ahead of time. Pretty sure that both this scene and the next one should be doable? Okay, good. Yeah, because for the unaware, I like to end by midnight. Like I said, it's almost 11 here. Of course, that's assuming that we don't go off on any tangents. The scene's gonna go on for quite a bit more.
世の中には悪魔の証明がそうであるように反論に膨大な手間がかかり事実上不可能であるケースが少なくない。
Wait, I did read that last one, right? Yeah. When did... Not done yet.
しかしヘンペルのカラスはその問題を逆手に取り容易に実証することを可能とする。
When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it. And there are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation. However, Temple's Raven turns that problem around. It makes it possible to prove things easily.
ヘンペルのカラスを使えば様々な暴論が実証可能なのです。例えば私以外の人間イコール愚かであるという命題があったとします。これを証明するには本来私を除く全人類を調べ愚かであることを証明しなければなりません。
About 1/4 the way through possibility of a 19th person chapter? I mean, do you mean the episode? Or like actually the chapter? Or this section of the episode? Scene changes between? Yeah, okay. So you mean the entire episode then? Or wait, what? Oh, the chapter? Okay, but the chapter has scene changes? Okay. Wow, that's a long chapter. By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. For example, let us say I make the proposition, all humans except me equals foolish. Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself, and show that they are all foolish. Yeah, I mean, whether or not I can come to the end of a chapter, I try to end on a scene change.
しかし、何十億人も調べるなど、現実には不可能でしょう。バトラス様の18箱を開ける手間と全く同じです。
However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It's just the same sort of effort you'd need to open all 18 boxes.
しかしヘンペルのカラスならば、その命題は待遇的にこう変換される。つまり、私以外の人間イコール愚かであるをそなた風に言うならば、チェス盤をひっくり返し、愚かではないイコール私として証明してもよいということだ。つまりどういうことだと思う？
However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change it into this. If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on the claim that all humans except me equal foolish, you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means?
わらわが聡明であるという事実を知るだけで、全人類は愚かであることの何十億人分もの証明が直ちに終了してしまうわけだ。全人類がわらわよりも愚かであることをわずか1秒もかけずに証明終了できる。
As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I will be able to show in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me. Yeah, logic doesn't quite work that way. And this scene is long. Whoa. Oh my.
世界最強最速の QED.
They really do be like, or they really do like to stretch this out though.
これぞヘンペルのカラス。
It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world. This Hempel's Raven.
なんつう暴論だよ。
All humans are foolish and I am not foolish. There's no then clause. Oh. I mean, then and yeah, I mean, they can sort of mean the same thing. Well, I guess there's still a slight difference there. I'm just gonna toss it up to a mistake in wording. Not in formal logic, then and are completely different implications. Yeah. I mean, at least for this, I think, I mean, it's just a small mistake in wording. I think people can understand what they mean. What a ridiculous argument.
これはとてもとても便利な一手ですよ。悪魔どころか神々も好む一手です。幸福であるイコール神のしもべを命題とするとき、待遇は神のしもべでない人間イコール幸福であってはいけないとなります。
It is a very, very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When they propose that the blessed equal the servants of a god, the contrapositive is a human that is not a servant of God must not be blessed. So they're saying that there are also gods? Are they going to come into play here? Interesting. Again, Rikishi 7 doesn't actually know chess, so there's that too. Oof.
つまり神のしもべがその加護によって幸福であることを実証するためには、その加護を受けぬ人々が不幸であることを実証すればいいわけです。
So in order to prove that servants of gods are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection.
そして彼らは自らの神を信じない人々を不幸に突き落とすことで自らの幸福を実証する。
So by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness.
人に幸福を与えるには莫大なコストがかかる。しかし人を不幸にするのに必要なコストははるかに安上がりだ。つまりヘンペルのカラスを使えば神々は実に低コストで信者に加護の喜びを与えられるわけよ。
An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. So by using Hempel's raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap.
悪魔だ、悪魔の理論だ。めちゃくちゃだ。
You demon. It's a demon's argument. That's crazy.
話がそれてしまったようだな。そろそろ話を戻そうぞ。
It seems we've gone off topic. Let us get back to the point.
わらわの反撃の一手は以上だ。そなたの19人目が犯人だから18人は無実で魔女も存在しないへの反撃は、ならば19人目が犯人でないことを証明できたら18人か魔女のどちらかが犯人ということで確定するぞとの確認だ。
The move for my counterattack is complete. And now, in response to your claim that the 19th person is the culprit, therefore the 18 are innocent, and the witch doesn't exist, I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch, right? For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people? Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I used the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn. And then, forcefully gouge it in.
まだまだ序盤だぞ。この程度で長考するつもりか?
We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep on thinking on this level?
いや待て。確認するぞ。確かに俺は、わかりやすく19人目という言い方をしたが、悪魔の証明によって18人以上人間を増やせるなら、それは10人いるか100人いるかもわからない。不特定多数ということだ。お前が想定する人数より常に1人多い。わかるか？
Ah, wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple. But if we're going to use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we'd have no way of knowing if there were 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of people. There's always one more than you assume. Get it? I countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted. So the only thing that could counter that would be an even crazier twisted logic.
なるほど。わらわが19人目のアリバイを何らかの方法で証明したとしても、その瞬間にそなたは20人目を生み出し犯人だと主張する。これを無限に繰り返すことによって、わらわは永遠に彼らのアリバイの証明が終えられないというわけか。なるほどなるほど。
なるほど、なるほど。Yes.
さながらイナゴの大群を呼び出す魔王よな。さすがは金蔵の孫よ。召喚術の才能には恵まれていると見える。
I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you will think up a 20th person and claim that they are the culprit. By repeating this endlessly, you would make it so that I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see, I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts. I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. It looks like you've been gifted with a talent in summoning.
つまり18人以外の存在 X は常にアリバイを証明することが不可能なんだ。どうだベアト。ヘリクス合戦だと分かれば俺も負けねえぜ。
In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18. How do you like that, Beato? Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. I feel like he just dissed himself.
愚かしいぞ。わらわを誰と心得る。わらわこそは無限の魔女。そのわらわに無限にて挑むとは片払いたいわ。無限を操ることはつまり無限を殺すこともできるということ。
How foolish. Who do you think I am? I am the Endless Witch. The thought you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd. Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly.
わらわが19人目を切れば、そなたは20人目を呼び、20人目を切れば21人目を呼び、21人目を切れば22人目を切れば、23人目を呼び、34人目を呼び、6計4358兆2235億7967万3204人目を呼び。
Holy cow, they went hard on that number.
わらわを永遠に翻弄で生きるとでも？
When your 19th person folds, you will summon a 20th. And when your 20th person folds, you will summon a 21st. And when your 21st person folds and your 22nd person folds, you will summon a 23rd person, a 34th person, a really long numberth person. Did you think that you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity?
無限交代とは笑わせる。わらわに無限は通じぬわ。
I laugh at infinite regress. The infinite doesn't work against me.
ほう。ならばどうやってこの俺の無限を殺すんだよ。見せてみろよ。
Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me.
わらわには真実を赤で語る力があろうが。
I have the power to speak the truth in red. Yep, here it comes. You forget about the red battler?
来やがったな。
Here it comes.
わらわが赤で語るとき、そこには一切の幻想がない。
何
Of course he forgot, yeah.
わらわがこの島には100人しかいないと一言赤で語れば、そなたにはもはや101人目を生み出すことはかなわぬのだ。ほーらバトラ、今度はどんな真実を赤で語ってみせようか。どんな拠り所を叩き切ってそなたを絶望に突き落としてやろうか。そら、いつもの怯えた顔を見せてみるがいい。
When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions. If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be permitted to create 101st person. See, battler? What truth shall I tell in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Come, show me your usual frightened face.
Nani?
What?
そなた、笑うか。
Why are you laughing? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red.
また抜きやがったな。殿下の方、それで。今度はベアトリーチェ様は何をどう赤で語ってくださるってんだ？
You brought out your trump card again. So, how and for what will Beatrice-sama use the red this time?
それはどういう意味か。急に余裕を見せよって。
Oh, what do you mean by that? Suddenly looking so relaxed.
悪いが、その真っ赤な砲塔は俺も抜いてくれるのを待ってたんだ。さて、お前は今度は何を赤で宣言してくれるんだ？言っとくが、そいつは自爆だぜ。その時点でお前は魔女説を自ら捨てたも同然。まさに棟梁だ。確かに俺にとっても。
Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours. Let's see. What'll you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say, the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful, since that means self-destruction for you, right? That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. A complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing.
18人の中に犯人がいると赤で言われることは受け入れたくない悲しい事実さ。
Yeah. So I guess he did not forget about the red. He was waiting for it.
たとえ誰が犯人であっても、俺はきっと辛い気持ちになるだろうぜ。
But then, does that mean he's not incompetent? Gasp. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. Of course he's incompetent. It was said in red. But Hempel's Raven... If he remembered the red and was counting on it, trying to use it for the witch to backfire, doesn't that mean he's not incompetent? So then, if he's not incompetent, and the red said he was incompetent, then the red isn't true. I don't know, I'm just throwing things out there, I don't know. I'm just having fun. Like you don't understand how this works. Yeah, I'm just random bullshit go right now.
だが、それはそれ以前に、お前の敗北も意味する。
Marvelous reasoning, manager, says Otis. Yeah.
人間が犯人だとお前が赤で語ることは、お前の投了宣言にも等しい。お前が俺と差し違えても相打ちにしたいってんなら、それも面白い一手だろうぜ。だが、この勝負は俺の勝ちで終わる。
But before that, it would mean your defeat. Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counterarguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. I mean, he has already used that to his, well, to get himself a win. His only win, I guess. But then after that, he always won with it. However, if she uses it carefully, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. The first thing in episode 2, where, let's see, how somebody could get in the door to the chapel. And he won by using her red statements about the key. Yeah, the chapel door. But then after that, she kept using the red to great effect, and he just got trampled. Oh, right, yeah, here it says. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick. and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic.
さあ、今度はお前の手番だぜ。そうさ。お前のヘンペルのカラスを使うには、まず18人以外に何人の人間がいるのかを赤で確定させる必要がある。その上で、それらの人間についてさらに赤で犯人でないことを宣言したならば、なるほど、こいつは俺にとって致命傷になるだろうぜ。
Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right. To use your Hempel's Raven first, you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18. And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the culprit. That's right, that might be a fatal wound to me.
あれほど怯えていた赤を、もはやみじんも怯えぬとはな。たくましいやつよ。
I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient.
抜いてみろよ。殿下の宝刀。バッサリ決まって、今度こそ俺を屈服できるかもしれねえぜ。
Try taking it out. That treasured sword, that trump card of yours. This time, you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right?
面白い。こうでなくてはな。
Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Agitate her. Challenge her. Drive her into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course, her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope. But don't be afraid of that. On this island overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope. It's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid. Because my victory condition is the denial of witches. Then, to use her counterpositive logic, the culprit must be human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch, and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time, I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. That's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword fighting movie. That a good fortress has one, and only one, intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there. And that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered, so she'll have no chance but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right. That red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds.
さあ、どうしたよ。まずはこの島に合計で何人いるのか赤で語ってもらおうじゃねえか。さもないとお前のカラスは俺に切り込めないぜ。
So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island total? If you don't, your raven can't cut me up.
破れかぶれがこうもやりにくいとは。捨て身というやつはいつの時代も侮れんな。やはり金蔵の孫か。追い詰められれば追い詰められるほどに不敵。
How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era. It's no surprise that you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become. Ronove cleared his throat.
膠着しましたね。せっかくの紅茶も冷めてしまいますよ。お嬢様。
It appears to be a stalemate. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold, milady. Ronove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. And she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now?
面白くなってきたぜ。
Now it's starting to get interesting, huh?
バトラ
ー。拉致が開かねえな。なら、ズバッと気持ちよく、いつものやつで行こうじゃねえか。
This isn't getting us anywhere. Then should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual?
ほう。いつものやつとな。ならば頼もうではないか。あれを聞かぬと、やはり始まった気がせぬわ。
Oh, the usual, you say? Then by all means, if I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting. The first move was mine.
行くぜ、ベアト。副将要求。この島には18人しかいない。
Here I go, Beato. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people.
こいつを赤で言われちまったら、俺は18人の誰かを疑わざるを得ない。
It's the protagonist music.
19人目の仕業にはもうできず、八方塞がりさ。だが、俺は18人の中に犯人が絶対にいないと信じてる。 あんな残酷な殺人を18人の誰にも起こせるものか。
If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will be closed to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders.
繰り返すぞ。副将要求。この島には18人しかいない。
I'll say it again. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people.
拒否する。理由は明かさない。
I refuse. I won't say why. Ugh. I'd avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she'd repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18, like last time all over again. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike. Even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the king. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on the island. And that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human, Beatrice.
そうさ。お前は魔女なんかじゃない。この島に何十年も隠れ住んできた。ただの人間なんだ。
That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island in hiding for several decades.
千年を経た無限の魔女のわらわをただの人間呼ばわりしたか。
Did you just call me, the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years, a human? For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully.
いいか、続けるぜ。続けて副将要求。この島には19人以上がいる。
Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my Devil's Proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game.
拒否してもいいんだぜ。お前が赤で言えないなら、この島の合計人数は18プラス X ってことになる。
It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, then that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island.
この X は 初手で許すには相当でかい大駒だぜ。何しろ以後18人の誰にも不可能だったという根拠のトリックは全て18人以外の人間 X で説明可能になる。全員アリバイ系の密室を全て打ち破れる大駒だ。
That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right? After all, from now on, all of the tricks that were impossible for the 18 can be explained with a human X who isn't in that group. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It could only effectively be used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. It looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence, curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusion. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information, or illusion, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation.
どうしたよ。繰り返すぜ。副将要計。この島には19人以上がいる。
What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. I refuse. At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it. Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game.
拒否したな。ということは今後、俺は18人以外の架空人物 X を何人でも使い放題ってことになるぜ。
You refused, which means that from now on, I can create as many fictional character X's outside of the 18 as I want.
好きにするがよい。わらわはそなたの復唱を拒否した。今はそれで十分であろう。拒否の理由は、いや、今はまだ明かさない。 いずれすぐにわかる。
Do as you wish. I have refused to repeat what you have told me. Is that enough for now? The reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, you'll know soon enough. Well, she does not... She doesn't look quite confident. So it might still, like, it should be something that hurts Battler. But then he, but that he can still refute whatever's coming up. Where he'll know soon enough.
もったいぶりやがってよ。
Still acting tough, I see.
あえて使わぬ赤もまた赤らしい使い方よ。そなたは赤き宝刀と呼んだな。愉快な例え。わらわも使おう。宝刀は抜かぬうちが華や。むしろ抜かぬことによって醸せる威風というものもある。
Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You called it my red treasured sword. A pleasant metaphor. I will use it too. A treasured sword is at its best when it is sheathed. In fact, there are times when it can instill even more fear because it is sheathed.
そうだな。俺はお前がいつ赤でひっくり返してくるか常に念頭に置いて戦わなければならない。こいつはえれえプレッシャーだ。
That's right. As I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure.
それに復唱を拒否される方が辛い場合もある。何しろ俺の読みが正しいから拒否できないのか、ミスリードにはまって泳がされてるのか区別がつかないからな。そういう意味ではなるほど抜かずの宝刀ってわけだ。
And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. Those times, I can't tell if you repeat because, or if you can't repeat because my guess was right, or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. If you think of it that way, yeah, the sheathed treasured sword.
同じ突き落とすなら少しでも高いところに行かせてからに限る。まだ始まったばかり。まだまだな。
So what? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first. We have still barely begun. Much is left to come.
この勝負は今はわらわがリザインする。淡き勝利に今は酔え。今はな。
I'll resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now. But only for now. Nice. Battler taking a slight win. Okay, would this be a good place to end, or should I continue on for a little bit? That sort of seems like, or it seems like a transition, but I'm not sure. Continue for a bit? Okay. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. Transition pretty soon? Okay. That tension didn't fade one bit until I was greeted by the sound of Ronove's applause.
お見事です、バトラ様。まずは序盤は バトラ様有利の展開でスタートというところでしょうか。
Spectacular, Battler-sama. Perhaps you have started this game with with an advantageous development.
さあな。この駒が俺の手でもぎ取ったものなのか、取るよう誘導されたものかはまだわからねえな。どうせお前のことだ。俺が罠にはまり始めてるのを知ってて、白々しく拍手をしてるんだろ。
And after that, be pretty short too. Think we can get to it before the chapter ends before midnight. Like past 5 minutes, maybe. We'll see. See how this goes. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you probably know I'm being led into a trap, and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right?
まさか。序盤とはいえ、お嬢様より一本を奪った手腕を純粋に祝福いたしております。何しろお嬢様はすぐ増長するお方。たまにはこのような刺激も良い薬かと思いますよ。
How could you think that? I am innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it is only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little encouragement such as all this can be good medicine every once in a while.
お前んとこの執事、ほんと口悪いな。
This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue.
であろう？たまにわらわでもカチンとくるぞ。
He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well.
それは大変に失礼いたしました。さあさあ、お嬢様にバトラ様、紅茶のおかわりはいかがですかな。まだゲームは始まったばかりでございます。ゲームを彩るお茶とお菓子はどうかこの私めにお任せを。どうぞお気兼ねなくゲームをお勧めになってください。
My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, milady, Battler-sama, how would you like some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game. I ask that you continue your game without any reservations.
そうさせてもらう。先を進めるぜ。これからが本番だ。
I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts.
よかろう。時計を進めようではないか。ロノウェ、紅茶を頼む。
Very well. Let us advance the clock. Ronove, black tea, please.
かしこまりました。クッキーは？
Certainly. How about a cookie?
いらぬ。ベルゼブブにやれば喜ぼう。しばし沈黙せよ。
I don't need one. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes.
よかろう。わらわがどうして初手にて赤で語るのを拒否したのか、今より分からせてやろうぞ。
Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move? What difference does it make that you're telling me now? Smells like a cover-up.
何？
何？
上等じゃねえかよ。お手並み拝見と行くぜ。
What? Bring it on. Show me what you've got.
やはり見逃すには惜しい大駒よ。拙速かもしれぬが動かせてもらおう。赤は使わぬが、今よりそれをわらわに代わってローザが説明する。聞くがよい。
Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen. Is it a really short scene you were talking about? Hmm.
もちろん私も同意よ。
Okay, we'll keep going a little bit.
ローザもそうでしょ？ローザ？
Of course, I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? Rosa?
ごめんなさい。私も同じよ。同意するわ。
Huh? Sorry. Me too. I think that too. What were they talking about again?
どうしたんや、ローザさん。あんたさっきからずいぶんおとなしいな。体調でも悪いんとちゃうか？
What's wrong, Rosa-san? You've been really quiet for a while now. You feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fight. But even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had almost said nothing during this night's conference. The whole time she had hung her head, and appeared to be thinking of something else.
あんたさっきからぼんやりしてるわよ。そんなので遺産が守れると思ってるの？あんたも一児の母なんだから、もっとしっかりなさいよ。
You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
朝がだいぶ早かったんじゃないかね。体調が悪いなら無理をしない方がいいだろう。
Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it.
客室にベッドの用意がありますよ。お休みになってはいかがですか？ご案内しますよ。
The beds in our guest rooms have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I will guide you.
いえ、大丈夫です。ありがとう。
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
どうしたんだ？何か心配事でもあるのか？
What is it? Is there something you're worried about?
いえ、別に。
No, not really.
そう？さっきからずっと心ここにあらずという感じよ。そしてそれは今私たちがしている議題と何か関係があるんじゃないかしら？
Is that so? It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about. At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kyrie's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either.
いえ、
No, She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual.
どうしたんだ？ さっきからおかしいぞ。何か思うことでもあるのか？
What is it? You've been weird for a while. Did you think of something?
わしら全員で団結しようって誓い合ったばかりやないか。一人で悩むなんて水臭い話やで。話したってな。
We all just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back, worrying by yourself. We said we'd talk.
ローザ、話しなさい。
Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after the other, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought a serious situation.
いえ、
Nice.
ベアトリーチェっていうお父様の愛人って本当に生きてるのかしらって思って。
No, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice, I was wondering if she's still alive.
はあ？そりゃ生きてるに決まってるでしょう。こうして手紙を送ってくるぐらいだもの。
Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's still alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us.
元気かどうかは別の問題だろうけどな。肖像画の美女も今じゃきっといいお年だろうぜ。
Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now.
元気やと思うで。金のことで悪知恵働くやつは決まっていくつになっても元気や。案外悪巧みは最高の回春剤かもしらへんで。
I'd say she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. Her evil plan might might even be the best rejuvenating agent. Debating whether to MLB and send Karina right now since Camilla kind of awkward. Yeah, I mean, might as well just hold off and see if you get Camilla.
生きてるはずないの。
She shouldn't be alive.
今なんて？
Huh? What did you just say? Yeah, you heard Korea's even better than Mia at healing with Ascension. XBA for Rosa. Oh. Thank you, thank you. Or wait, you mean me or the actual person? Wait. He's talking about the actual VA. Oh, well, I'm also the actual VA, so thank you. But no, they do have very good voice actors. Yeah. Yeah, I think all of the voice actors have been great. Girls don't sound like girls, kind of weird. Ah, flashbang.
ベアトリーチェは
Meanwhile, if boys sound like girl, everybody's fine with it.
死んでるのよ。私が殺した。
Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What do you mean you killed her? What?
なんだって。
What did you say?
どういうことよ、ローザ。
What do you mean, Rosa?
でも私が殺したわけじゃ。でも私があんなところに連れ出したから、やっぱり私が殺したのよ。あれは夢だと思い込もうとしたのよ。でもやっぱりあれは夢じゃなかったのよ。だからこれはベアトリチェの亡霊からの手紙なのよ。
But it really wasn't me who killed her. Though I did bring her to a place like that. No, I did kill her after all. I just tried to make myself believe it was a dream. But it wasn't really a dream, was it? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Ah! It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about.
どうか落ち着いて、ローザさん。
Calm yourself, Rosa-san. This feels like some random BS that Beatrice just suddenly put in the game. Like, it feels like she changed the rules or something in the middle of the match. I mean, Rosa was sitting there the whole time, not saying anything, but... I don't know, it still feels sort of forced.
わしには何がないやらさっぱりや。もう死んどる？どういう意味なんや。
I have no idea, or I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? What do you mean? It's funny talking about Guardian Tales here, meanwhile the random people wondering what the hell he's talking about.
2つの意味があると思うわ。まず1つ目は言葉通りの意味、そしてもう1つは私たちの想像が正しかったことを裏付けるもの。
I think it means two things. First, its literal meaning, and second, backs up our earlier guess.
ということは
Which means...
ローザはベアトリーチェに会ったことがあるというのかね。
Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right?
そんな話、ローザの口からは一度も聞いたことがないわ。ローザ、いつよ。あなたは一体いつベアトリーチェに会ったのよ。
I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? When could you possibly have met Beatrice?
昔よ。ずっと昔よ。まだこの島に引っ越してきたばかりで、私は幼かった。私は悪くないの。私が殺したわけじゃ。
Long ago. Long ago. We just moved over to the island and I was still young. Wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. Ah.
落ち着け。誰もお前を責めちゃいねえぜ。まずは水でも飲め。夏日さん、水差しを頼む。
Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right? First, drink some water, okay? Natsui-san, the pitcher, please.
はい。どうぞ、ローザさん。どうか落ち着いて。
Yes. Here you go, Rosa-san. Please, calm yourself. Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Okay, that's pretty good timing. That's the end of it. No, the cliffhanger. No. Ah, my eyes. Flashbang. You were pre-spamming the button. Nice.
Beatrice.
What? Where is this? Wait a minute, what was it? Oh, okay, it's just the portrait epitaph. Yeah, at least some new info to go with all that philosophy. Darn you, cliffhanger! Okay. Well, I'm gonna end there for today then. If anybody new is hanging around and you're interested in social media, we've got some links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter below the channel there under the socials banner. You can also type into chat, ! Discord, YouTube, and Twitter. Or, well, just, yeah, ! Discord, YouTube, or Twitter. And it'll give you a link to whichever one you type in. About an image. What the? Oh my goodness. Oh, Genjin address. Yeah. Oh my. Oh, thank you for those. Yeah. Maybe who's got those links. And then, let's see, tomorrow I'll be doing some more of the last spell. Tomorrow and Thursday. I'm gonna try Lakeburg again and hopefully get through it this time. That boss really sucks. I don't know. I don't know if I should try Apocalypse 1 again or just keep it regular. I should probably do it regular. I'm making it unnecessarily hard for myself. I don't know, maybe that difference in HP really makes a difference. But yeah. And then, of course, Friday's Lobotomy Corporation. Next week, probably be Guardian Tales. We'll see. But yeah, that's next week anyway, though. So, in the meantime, it doesn't really look like there's anybody that I want to raid. I'll just end stream here, and thanks for hanging out, chilling, partying. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye.